Morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. It's election day, the United States election day, so it's going to be a big day today on our show. Lots to talk about, lots going on, and I'm just seeing information already coming in to me. Let me just make sure I got that right. Yep, that's good. Now, I've got a poll running this morning. I don't know if this is going to work. Never tried it before. But let's see what happens. I put it on the screen. There it is, a poll running in the show. I have no idea whether that's going to work or not, but we shall see. It should come on the screen in a second. Who will win, Trump or Harris? I have no idea if that's actually going to work, but if you can, try to vote. It says... you can see exclamation mark vote T. So I'm not really sure how this works. So I'm going to try. So I'm assuming you have to write exclamation mark VOTE, and I'll just put Trump for the sake of it, just as a test. Let's see what happens. I vote T. Did that make a difference? Doesn't look like it. Okay, that didn't do anything. I've no idea how this actually works. It's just a little test today, really. What if I put T? No. Okay, let's see if we can get this to work. The poll is running. Not really sure how else to apply it. But anyway. Just trying a few things here just to see what would work. Edit widget. I just added this for the first time today. Keep running the widget. Yeah, that's all good. There you go. This is something I've never done before, so it's if it doesn't work, it's not a problem. We can do it. We can do it another way. But wanted to see. Don't forget. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I've done that. Anyway, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll try something else. Oh, hang on. Oh, hello. I vote H. Right, look at that. Fight Channel voted on H. Oh, there you go. Fight Channel. So it's exclamation mark. Oh, there's a space. There's a space. It looks like he put a space in. Aha. Okay. All right then, guys. Try that now. So if you want Trump, it's exclamation mark vote space H. And if you want Trump, it's I vote space T. Let's see if it works. This is exciting. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, woohoo. Very exciting. Boop, boop. All right. I like it. I'm liking it. Okay, fantastic. So there we go. And you can see the comments coming. I love this. I like it. I like it. All right. Okay, look at my portfolio. Right. The portfolio's up. Should we just move it down slightly? We'll move it down just so. Whoops. We'll stick it down there. Hang on. Where can I move it to? Right. Okay. Move it. It won't let me take it off any further. That's okay, though. All right. We'll leave it there. It's important, right? So Harris is winning 3 votes to 2. This is exciting. I'm loving it. Right. Portfolio's looking nice today. Everything's green and lovely. It's going to be a big day today. Going to be here. I might just keep it running all day long. Run the poll all day long. Watch the trades all day, and just stay with you all day, and all night, and all day, and all night. Because it will take about 3 days to sort it out. So I'll just sleep in here. I'll just sleep in here. That'll annoy Leah. Right. So it works. So there you go. If you want to vote, it's exclamation mark VOTE space. So let me, yeah, It's I vote space T or H, whichever one you like. All right. So you need to get it right, and you'll get confirmation as well on the screen that you've got it right. Very exciting, isn't it? Very exciting. I wonder if I'm going to play around with it now. Now I know it works. Let me see. I'm going to try and... Where did I do the poll? When did I do it? Here we go. Poll. Background color. Let me see if I can do... Header color, car bar color, size, widget. No, I can't do anything else. I was wondering if I could make it a little bit more sort of see-through. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Background color. You can't make it okay. All right, we'll leave it like that for the minute. 7 votes in so far. Harris is winning 4-3. This is interesting, isn't it? Okay. I'm excited about this. We're doing our own election today. It's a special day today, all day, and we're running our own poll. We're running our own election today. We're up for it today. Yeah, this is very good. Let's read the comments. Let's start off. Good morning, family. David Ewan. Let's see what happens today. Yes, indeed. Running late or starting later? No. Running late or no? Started. I started actually 30 seconds behind, so I suppose I was late. Hi guys, I'm back. I watched the show yesterday, but not live. Glad to see Martyn back. The Peckman. He's still a member. The Peckman's a member. Fantastic. Great stuff. Stephen Lewandowski, have you voted yet? A poll is going on for who will win. Use I vote. Yeah, there you go. Stephen, it tells you what to do, look. You've not voted yet. Oh, yeah, you have now. I vote I vote space T. That's what you do. Brilliant. Anyway, it tells you on the screen what to do, in case you don't know what to do. All right. Good morning. Fight Channel voted for Harris. It tells you, so everyone can see who you vote for as well. That's brilliant. I love it. Good morning, all. Martyn Lucas is the best. Sean Michaels. Come on, Sean. Become a member of the channel, mate. Become a member of the channel. You should be a member of the channel by now. Let me give you the link. Every morning I've got to turn it on. Right, here we go. So add accounts. Let me see if I take these away. Remove them both. And let's see if it sort of stays this time. Let me remove them both. Okay. And then we'll add them again. So YouTube. Big day today. Is everyone excited? I'm excited. And I can't even vote. I'm excited. All right, there's that one. And there's this one. Extra channel. There we go. Continue. And continue. There you go. See if it works now. So there's how to become a member. There's the X account as well. Right, spot on. That all works. Excellent. I'm loving it when it works. Right, so what we've got so far, we've got Harris with 5 votes and Trump with 4 votes. 9 votes in so far. I don't know why everyone's not voted. It's free to vote. There are 40 of you watching, and you can vote by simply, if you want Trump, it's exclamation mark vote space T, or Harris, it's exclamation mark vote space H. That's how it works. Very, very simple, very straightforward. Everyone can vote. We've got 9 votes so far. Harris is just 1 vote ahead at the moment. All right. Now then, what we're going to do, we are going to go over to X a minute. I'll show you what I'm doing, just so you can see. Here on X, we'll just hide the poll just for the moment. Otherwise, it will be all in the wrong place. So let's hide the poll for the minute. So how do I do that? There you go. I'll bring the poll back up in a second. You can vote in a minute. So don't worry about that. Let me go over to the polls. So what we're going to do, very exciting day. Let me zoom in so you can see what I'm doing. US election special. Whoops, a daisy. US election special. Live all day and night. I'm just saying that, and that might not be true. That might be my first lie on the show. I don't care. Live all day and night. Have your say and vote live on air. Right, here we go. Now on YouTube. Okay. There we go. So what we'll do is we'll put the link for the show where we are now, not the extra channel. We'll put this one here. There you go. There's the link for the show. The poll, the vote will be back up again in a second. I'll bring it back up in a second. I'm just doing this to show you what I'm doing. Okay. And then we'll have US election, US elections, election 24. Tags, I mean, everyone uses the same tags. It's like everyone tags everything. So it's kind of pointless. Really? It's quite funny how it works. Should I invite Donald Trump and Kamala Harris as well? Should I? Should I do that? It's real, isn't it? Real Donald Trump, isn't it? Real Donald. Oh, you can't tag him. I don't think it lets you. In fact, it won't do anything in this on the computer. I'll do it afterwards. But yeah, that's how it works. Anyway, let me copy that. Copy that. Okay. Okay. And I'll put here election. Where's my US election gone? US elections around here somewhere. There we go. I put US election. Why wouldn't it show it? Oh, well, never mind. US election live. There you go. Okay. Right. So if you want to go and leave a comment on that and share that, I'll give you the link for X. There's X. You can go and see it yourself. There you go. We've done that. I'm going to save that and put that on our other account in a minute. But I'm also going to run a poll here as well. Who will win? Please vote on X poll. Okay. Please vote on X poll. And we'll put... Hey, Craig has been a member for 8 months, Martin. You've been practicing your YMCA. Yeah. I've been practicing my YMCA. Has Kamala Harris got a song as well? Just so I've got both. I don't think she has she? So one day. What should I put? 24 hours? I'll put 2 days. I'll put 2 days, should I? Okay, that'll do. So there's the poll as well, if you want to go and vote on the poll. Right, let's come back to here and put the poll back on the screen. So if you want to vote live on air, there it is. We've had 11 votes now. Harris is winning 7-4. If you want to vote, all you do is you put exclamation mark, vote, space, T or H, and it will do it on the screen. It will verify that you've done it. It's a free way to vote, And it's really quite exciting. We can see how this will go throughout the day. All right. So we'll also put one up here as well. Who will win? In fact, I don't know if I should do it on the screen on there, because that might confuse people. Wouldn't it? That'll confuse people. If I do a poll in the chat and a poll on the screen, that'll confuse people. I voted 4 times for Trump. I just voted on your X platform, David Hensley. Yes, a poll is going on. Who will win? Use vote. Use exclamation vote, and then it says /. Sorry, it tells you in the chat. I don't need to tell. You can see it. Okay. I believe Harris' song is Elton John. The pitch is black. Oh, is it? I don't know that song. I know Elton John, but I don't know that one. Right. Flipping it. There's 35 votes on my X account already. How the bloody hell did that? How the hell did that happen? Flipping hell. Have your say and vote on air now on YouTube. Bloody hell, look at that. That's amazing. Also vote on air live now. Flipping heck. This is good. This is exciting. Let me put that up as well. 11 votes now. Thought we'd have a lot more than that. Thought we'd have a lot more than that. Oh, well, see what happens. Look at this. Look at this, folks. Look, we've had. When I do this, I just clear it off the screen. Look, we've got 48 votes. I only started it like a minute ago. Look at that. It's going to be a one hell of a day, isn't it? It's going to be brilliant. Fight Channel is sharing it and reposting it. Thank you, Fight. He's getting involved. He's getting involved today. 48 votes. If you want to vote on X, here's the link. I'll just give it to you in the extra channel, on the main channel. There it is. It's going to be a big day today. Very, very exciting stuff. Let me bring this up. Look, there's your poll. Shall we look at DJT? Let's do not disturb. Otherwise, we're getting bloody comments everywhere. There we go. That's better. Let's look at DJT. DJT is up today. There you go. You can see it. DJT is up today. It's up 9.23%. Okay. Are you covering election tonight? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do a poll on that. Should I cover this 24 hours? There you go. There you go. There, that you can decide, and then you can tell my wife. Love it. All right, 74 votes now. Bloody hell, I can't believe it. How many people are watching this live show? 64. So I don't know why you're not voting on screen. It's kind of weird that people aren't voting on screen. Why aren't you voting on screen? What's wrong with you? We've got 11 votes on here and 84 on X. I mean, how's that even possible? But anyway, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. I'm not going to lie. Right, I'm going to put this comment on. I've done it on X. I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put it on Facebook. We can do our own votes. See, we can't. See, if the votes get rigged, we can verify it, because if everyone in America votes on our channel, we can verify what's going on, right? We can be the real election right here, right now. Okay, so I'm just saying. Is Donald Trump real Donald Trump on Facebook? Is he? He's not even on Facebook, is he? What, 1,000 members. See, that's not him, is it? That's somebody else. How do you know? That's the trouble these days, isn't it? You just don't know who's who. I'm just going, I don't know. I don't know who the real one is, do I? No bloody idea. Oh, there you go. That would be right. 35 million followers. Probably that one then. Yeah, probably that one. Yeah, I'm putting this on Facebook now. So if you want to Donald Trump Jr. There's lots of angry channels. I can see this. Donald Trump is not my president. I like it. There's all kinds of different ones. Kamala Harris got 5 million followers. She's got a lot less. Kamala Harris has. It's got a lot less than Donald Trump. Okay. Now I've got to put as many Kamala Harris's as I put Trump's. I've got to make sure everybody realizes this is completely impartial. Remember, I can't vote. I am completely impartial. I'm not putting anything that's offending anybody or, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I will try to give everyone the same. Thank you, Leah. I think we've done that. Okay. So it's now on Facebook, or at least it will be in a second. Let's read the comments. No, only a U.S. citizen can vote for the election. Yes, I can't vote. He has verification on profile. Yeah, I just checked that. Crag, finance coach. Crag, is that Crag? How are you? You got a finance coach. I'm loving it. What's all that about? If you want to vote, some people aren't doing it properly. If you want to vote, you have to go ! Vote, VOTE, /T. All right. Some of you are missing out this. Some of you are missing it out. All right. So I vote. I think you can do it with a space. I think you have to do it a little forward. What's the thing called? The forward thing. Can someone put the symbol in? The forward symbol. What is it called? This thing here. Oops, this thing here. That. So you go ! Vote. That little arrow, and you either put T or H. Uppercase T, uppercase H, and it'll tell you you've done it, and you'll see it move, and the votes will go up. All right. So no comment on the transgender stuff. No, I'm not getting involved in that. Oh, space does work. Thank you very much. That makes it easier. Space does work. So there you go. Thank you, David. So I vote, and then there you go. That's all you got to do. Greater than. Space works as well. You can put space. That's great to know. That makes it easier. Right, let me, and I've shared this now onto our Facebook page. If you've not got Facebook, I'll give it to you. There's Facebook for you. I'm going to share this onto the group now. There's the group. Okay, post that there. Okay, that's done. Marius, Marius has voted. There you go. I vote space. There you go. All you got to do is ! Vote space T or Harris, and it will work. 12 votes. Marius has just voted for us. Thank you very much indeed. David Hensley, I vote space. Yeah, Brian, it's exclamation mark, vote, space, T or H. That's it. Okay. Very, very easy. Right, okay. Make it too easy, will you, didn't I? I'll make it too easy for you. Right, let me make sure I put it on the... Yep, it's on the page and it's on the group now on Facebook. So there you go. If you want to go and take part in all of that, that's done. What's the next thing I want to do? I want to put it on Instagram. Let's put a post on Instagram. I'll give you my Instagram in a second when I've done it. And we're also going to cover all the news today and everything else, so we make sure that we know how the polls are going and how the votes are going, all the rest of it. So let me do that now. Election. See if I can find the picture this time. Couldn't find it last time. Look at that. When I search for it, I can't find it. But I know it's there. Isn't that weird? See, my computer's rigged as well. It couldn't possibly be me. It couldn't possibly be me. Look at that. I can see the picture right there. Isn't that weird, isn't it? Anyway, this is what I'm doing right now. I'll just share with you so you can see what I'm doing. Let me just take away the poll just for the minute. We've got 14 votes now. Harris is winning. I thought we had more Trump viewers here on this show. Just shows you not everyone's voting today. That tells you a lot already, doesn't it? Is Harris going to win? Trump supporters aren't voting. I thought we had more Trump supporters here. I really did. What do they say? Get out and vote. Now on you. So US election live all day special, live all day and night. Have your say and vote on air live on YouTube. I better put the links in the profile because you can't share links on Instagram. Okay. Link. I wonder what commercials we'll get today. Can anyone tell me, are all the commercials today election commercials? That'd be interesting to see. Real Donald Trump. There you go. Let's put a few of these in. Donald Trump Jr. We'll do as many Harris as there are Trumps. I apologize if it's slightly different, but it's no intention. I'm not trying to influence anyway. Not that I could anyway. There we go. That's 3 of those. And I'll put Kamala Harris as well. There we go. 1. Kamala Harris HQ. And then I'll do one more so it's fair. Kamala Harris. I think that's it. Share. Let's come back to the poll so you can see what's going on. I'll give you my Instagram as well. So if you want to vote on Instagram, I'll give it to you in a second. Here's the poll. How's the poll going now? We've got 14 votes. Harris has got 8 and Trump has 6. I'll give you my Instagram if you want to vote on my Instagram. Well, share the post rather. There you go. Okay. We've got threads as well. All these things going on. Oh, hang on. Don't want that. Discard. Right. Let's do this. Okay. And I'll tag in Donald Trump over here as well. I tell you what, it's going to be, isn't it going to be an absolute media frenzy today, I would imagine. Real Donald Trump. Doesn't look like so many people are on threads as they are on Instagram. So the same thing, Kamala Harris. I'll give you my link to threads in a second. I'm just pushing it all in. Kamala Harris. Slightly different over here. Kamala Harris. Okay, that's 3 of each. So it's fair and balanced. Right, there you go. Here's the Threads account. How's the poll going now? Only 14 votes. Can't work out why so few people are voting. Maybe it's because they're on your phone. Can you not do it on your phone? Don't know. Right, there's Threads. I think we've done, that's pretty much everything. No. Right, I want to go to the community on YouTube. This is important. Let's do this. This is our tab on. Do you know what I mean when I talk about this? Let me share this with you. This is our page on YouTube. We got a community. Did you know we had a community? Look, if I go down here, the home page, you got the home, and then over here you got community. This is like our own little personal, I don't know, community. I said it the first time, really, didn't I? Okay, so there we go. US election. I'll post that there. Right, there you go. But I'll also run a poll. This will be interesting because image poll. Oops, what should I do? What should I put in here? US election, live all day and all that. Have your same vote on air. Da, 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 da. Also, please vote here. Who should I put? Who will win? Do you think it's the biggest election ever? That's what people are saying, isn't it? Do you believe that? And I put a little picture of Trump in. Yay! Option 1, Trump. That's cool. Look at that. I can put a picture in. Can you see that? Look at that. That's cool, isn't it? Harris. No particular order. Completely impartial. Harris. There you go. That looks quite good, doesn't it? How cool is that? Okay, US election special. Yep, done, done, done. Let's see how that looks. We'll bring up the poll again in a second. Look at that. There you go. Now, share. I'll give you the link to the community. If you want to vote on our YouTube poll, here's the YouTube poll. Aren't you sick of polls by now? Bloody housing polls for 6 months, isn't it? There's the poll on YouTube. That's what it looks like. So for people that want to vote in a different way, you don't want to vote on the screen, that's how you can vote if you don't want to vote on the screen. All right? So you can just do that. That's pretty cool, right? Okay. Fantastic. Let's bring up the stocks, see what we're doing. Overall portfolio is up. The Roth IRA is up slightly. My Coca-Cola, 123,000. Let's bring the poll back up on the screen. We'll run the poll on the screen as much as we can without interfering too much. Okay. So if you just tuned in, welcome. Good morning to you. Lovely to have you here. Consider subscribing to our channel. Much appreciated. And there we go. There's Mr. Mini-Me saying, could you please like the video? It would be much appreciated. He's just behind Donald Trump. Look, there he is. Smash the like button if you can. If we get 100, we can get this video suggested out, which would be nice. And we're running a poll live on the screen. We're also running polls on YouTube and X and everywhere else. I'll give you all the links for you right now. Here is the X poll. And if you want to become a member of the channel for many more perks, there it is. All right. Spot on. So let's have a quick listen into. Let's read the comments. See what comments we got. Is fake Trump win? Is fake Trump win? Marius, nothing fake about this. You can vote any way you want, live on the screen. If you want to vote, if you want to vote for Trump, it's !vote space T. If you want to vote for Harris, it's !vote space H. Simple as that. All right. In fact, I'll put that. Let me put that in the top, just so people know. That's the poll. Okay. How to vote live on screen. How to vote live on screen. For Trump, it's !vote space T. For Harris, it's !vote space H. There you go. How to vote live on screen. For Trump, it's !vote space T. For Harris, it's !vote. Make sure to add space. There you go. Let me pin that to the top. That way, everyone can see my comment when they come in and they know what they're doing if they want to vote on screen. All right. You can see how the Trump trade is going at the moment. There isn't really a Kamala Harris trade. I mean, there's Trump media for Trump, of course, which is up today. No surprise there, really. If it's not going to be up today, it's never going to be up, right? Because it's being bought by Trump supporters. If they're not going to buy it today, when are they going to buy it? But Bitcoin is also a Trump trade, if you like. That's up today. So you might like to see that. 16 votes now. It's equal. Look at that. It's dead equal now. 8 votes for Trump, 8 votes for Harris. Dead equal live on the show. Look at that. Awesome stuff. Right, let's go and check a few things. We'll listen into CNBC now.
For democracy at the ground level, as you're talking about, Carl. But this election's so weird for all the reasons that we all know, but especially because you've got Kamala Harris as the incumbent vice president, but it's almost like this is an election about Donald Trump, who is as familiar a figure as we have had on the national scene ever in American history. He's the first 3-time nominee since Richard Nixon. He's the first ex-president to try to come back since Herbert Hoover tried to do the same thing back in 1940. Did not work out for him. I'm thinking about my 18-year-old daughter this morning who's going to be going to the polling place to cast her first vote. Donald Trump has been a candidate for president or president of the United States for half of her life. It just gives you a sense of how long Trump has dominated our national politics. And today might be the end of that, or it might be the beginning of a new chapter for Trump.
Also the first race, I'm sure you know this, Eamon, since '76, where there has not been a Bush, Clinton, or Biden.
We got some interesting comments coming in here now. Let me read these comments.
Changes.
We'll come back to that in a minute. Can people tell me why they think Kamala is going to win? How is she good for this country? David Ewan, there's his asking a question. Share your opinions. Answer for David. Please keep it respectful. I mean, at the end of the day, one thing I've noticed with this election, it's got very nasty, very childlike, and just really bad for the country, if I'm completely honest. If somebody asks you, like David Ewan is saying now, can people tell me why they think Kamala is going to win? How is she good for the country? What you should give is, if you like her, it's because you like her policies. Doesn't matter what hair looks like, or what clothes she wears, or what her voice sounds like. What's important is, as you're voting for a president, is what their policies are and what they're going to do for the country and what their actual actions and policies are. So you need a bit of education. You need a bit of knowledge to know what it is that they do. If you don't, and you just go, well, I like them. Well, I'm sorry, but your opinion is worthless, right? I've noticed on both sides of the fence, you get people who go, well, because she's great or he's great and the other person's rubbish. Well, I could have asked my dog that, and the dog can bark, one way or the other. That's not important, right? What's important is to provide people with information. So this person's going to put up taxes. Do you like that? This person's going to put taxes down. Do you like that? And understand what that means. And that is a fair thing. That's a great thing. That's called democracy. That's having an intelligent conversation, and all the rest of it. So that's what we need. So if anyone knows why they like Harris, then David Ewan would like to know, what are the policies that you like as opposed to the policies that Trump would bring to the table? And that's what we want. I was watching the election while I was away. I'm going to come on to some points in a minute. But anyway, yeah, David, people are still blind and vote Kamala. So why are they blind? Explain what you mean, Marius. It did from my phone. It does work from your phone. There we go. I'm a Velt has just voted. Thank you very much. And you've got 17 votes now. It tells you how to vote. It tells you what to do and all the rest of it. So fantastic. We've got Trump is going ahead now. We had Harris winning all morning, but now Trump is going ahead. It's already an unfair election with all the people unable to vote in North Carolina. That burned, the burned ballots, the non-citizens caught after their votes processed. So I want to understand this, because in the UK, you cannot vote unless you are on the electoral roll. To be on the electoral roll, you have to be a citizen of the United Kingdom. You have to have an address. You have to be on the electoral roll, which you do through your council tax. So in other words, you have to be a real living human who is British, who lives in Britain, who has a British address. Even if you're abroad, you have to have an address, because you could vote, while you're on holiday. You could vote while you're abroad, whatever. But you have to be a real person. You're paying your taxes. You're a real person, right? And that's great. Okay, that's great, because you are a British citizen. You should be able to vote, and you should be able to prove who you are. Because it's not hard to prove who you are if you're a real law-abiding citizen. You might not want to prove who you are if you're a criminal, but if you are, and then you have no rights. If you're in prison, and you shouldn't be able to vote, right? Anyway, that's a whole different story. So if you, in the UK, you have to have some kind of paper trail that I am who I am, which is right? Shouldn't we all be citizens of the country? Shouldn't we all be law-abiding people, not criminals, terrorists, or whatever? That kind of intelligent conversation would suggest that would be the right thing to do. While I was away on holiday, people were telling me that in California, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, people were telling me in California, you could vote if you were a non-citizen. In fact, one person apparently was from Poland who just voted for Trump for a laugh and thought he could get away with it. That's what I heard on a YouTube video. That was just a YouTube video, which could be fake, made up, people talking rubbish, it could be entertainment. I mean, I can say what I want right now, right? No one's going to fact check me. I can say what I want. Maybe it's entertaining, it's funny, it was meant as a joke, whatever. So you can learn all kinds of stuff on YouTube or TikTok or Facebook that isn't factual. So is that true? Because I find that hard to believe. No, I don't know. I've not been to California. All I know is we're in Texas. I can't vote because I've got a green card, so I'm not able to vote. I'm not able to vote today, and I've got a green card, and I pay taxes, and I've got a business, and but I'm not allowed to vote. So how can somebody just rock up from Poland and vote over me when I can't vote, and I'm a taxpayer, a green card holder, and all the rest of it? So I don't understand that. But all I know is Leah, when she votes, has to present her ID to the people polling to vote. Well, that seems right to me. Now, someone said, I asked one of my neighbours, and they said the reason why we don't like having to have ID to vote is in some states you have to pay to have ID. In Texas, if you don't have a driver's license, because that's the ID in Texas, if you don't have a driver's license, they give you for free an ID. Well, that's fair enough. I can have in the UK, you don't have to pay to get an ID. You have an ID just by being born as a British citizen, because you get a national insurance number when you're born, and you get an what is it called, a national health number. So you're on the system. You know, when you're born, you're on the system. And if you don't have a driver's license, you've still got ID, because you've still got a name, you've still got a national insurance number, like a social security number in the US. You still have all of that. You don't have to pay for it. So I think it's right that you shouldn't have to pay for it, because ID is there to protect the system. So you shouldn't have to pay to prove that you're real. I agree with that. What if you can't afford it? I mean, everyone can afford it, right? If you can eat, you know, then you can afford to buy ID, I suppose. But, you know, what if you're homeless? What if you're homeless? Should you be able to vote? If you're homeless, I think you should be able to vote, don't you? If you're homeless and life has treated you bad, you've had some misfortune, should that mean you can't vote? No. I don't think a criminal should vote. I don't think a terrorist should vote. I don't think a criminal should vote. If you go around murdering people, I think you lose your rights. At least you do in England. I don't know how it works in America, but I would say that's fair, wouldn't you? But if you are a homeless person, I think you should be able to vote, I reckon. Anyway, what we could do today, as it is a special day, we could open the phone lines up and you could all be on the show. If you'd like to phone in, I think we'll do that today. We'll give you a voice. If you want to be on the show, you can. You can be live on the show. As you can see, it's 9 votes, 9. Dead heat today. 18 votes in, 9 votes each. So if you want to be live on the show today, I think we'll have a poll. We'll have a live phone in. There you are. You can be in this spot. And we can have a debate live on the show. If you want to be here, look, all these spots. You do need to be a member of the channel to be able to vote. To call in, because we're not just going to give the link to everyone. But we'll do that. We'll have a live phone in. You can be live on the show, debate, as long as you're not going to be swearing and screaming at each other. But we can all share our thoughts, answer questions, and all the rest of it. So if you want to be on the show today, we'll do that shortly. All right. And you can also vote on live on screen as well. A lot going on today. It's already an unfair election as people are unable to vote in North Carolina. So what happened there? Stacey Bailey, could you phone in and let me know? I would not like to be told I can't vote. How come they can't vote? What do they mean? What do you mean they burned the votes? Martin, probably don't want their vote public. I mean, that's fair enough. If you don't, you don't. That's fair enough. If you don't want your vote public, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? But if you don't, that's fine. I mean, we got 72 watching. If you don't want that, there's lots of ways you can vote without having your name on the screen. Let me share with you a few options. You've got bloody hell, a really, really popular poll going on at the moment. Look at this one. This is really popular on X. I'll give you the link right now. Here's X. You can go and vote on X. Let me share with you. This is 121 votes now. Trump is winning 67%. 67%. Look at this. 67%, 32% for Harris. 121 votes. Let me check the comments. We've had 3 notifications. Who have we had here? Nandor just followed me. Thank you for the follow. Kevin Birch liked the event. Kevin Birch, thank you. There you go. So that's a very popular way of voting today. We'll keep that up there so we can keep coming back to that. 121 votes. There is also, if I go into YouTube, into our channel, if we go to the community, we've got, oh, wow, that's popular as well. 80% Trump over here, 25 votes. We've got a comment as well. We've got a comment. What do the comments say? Wonder why I can't see the comment. Someone's left a comment. Why can't I see it? Do I click on it? What do I do? Read more. Comment. I can't see it. I don't know why I can't see it, but there you go. Anyway, there is, I might have to approve it. It might be one I have to approve. But anyway, 25 votes going on there on YouTube. We'll keep that open as well then. So that's extremely popular. We've got 7 minutes to go before the bell goes. So lots of ways you can vote today. Have your say, and people are watching, people are seeing. You don't have to share your name or anything like that. But also this one I think is very visual. People can see Trump's ahead now, 10 votes to 9. It's bloody tight, isn't it? Very, very tight. If I can get a 4%, I'm going down now on my Coca-Cola. If we can get a 4% bounce today on my Coca-Cola, I would sell it and buy the S&P today. But I can't see it. It might take some time. Anyway, let's read some more comments. At least now they are both felons, so they can't throw that around anymore. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? David Ewan. Yeah, it's funny. I will just go vote and hope my vote counts properly, and that's all I can do. That is all you can do. I agree. Put all the poll in the chat like you did the other one. Put the poll in the chat like you did with the other one. Okay, well, I'll do both then, should I? Should I do that as well? Okay, I'll do that as well then. I'll do that as well. I wasn't going to do that. I thought it would confuse people, but I'll do that. Who will win? This is not the poll on the screen, okay? Who will win? This is not the poll on the screen. Okay, so you can have your say this way. So if you don't want to, for some reason, say, whatever, that's fine. Mark Suave, if you want to vote, it tells you how to vote. You've got to go exclamation mark, vote, which is VOTE, space, T or H. That's how you do it. That way it's anonymous. Yes. Who will win? This is not the poll on the screen. Trump, no particular order. Harris. Right, there you go. We'll do it that way as well. So we've got the on-screen poll and we've got the anonymous poll as well. All right, so you can have it both ways. Don't say I don't give you anything.
Like improving your credit scores in a matter of days.
Nothing going on there but commercials. American broadcasters, commercials every 5 minutes. They need a break. Always having a break. I don't care if people know I voted for Trump. No, I mean, yeah, I don't know why people bothered. Anyway, so just after the bell goes and we see thank you, Jason, for voting. Appreciate that very much indeed. We've got 20 votes now, 11 to 9. Trump's starting to take the lead, it looks like. But it's pretty cool, isn't it? I like this. Really good. 21 votes. Oh, Trump is starting to pull away now. Here is our Have I got a link for that? Do that in a minute. Got the bell in a second.
We have 9 kids.
Not yet. Just waiting for the bell to go. Puppet system anyway. What do you mean by that? Martin, people are emotionally drained from this year's political landscape. We heard it 24/7. It's called, I agree. Is everyone glad when it's over? I'll be glad when it's over. We can get back to the stock market making some sense. I don't know why everyone's bothered, really, when it comes to the election financially. It makes no difference to the stock market. Businesses find ways to make money. Investors find ways to make money, no matter, no matter what the election result is. And I don't understand why businesses have to wait to know what's going to happen, because it doesn't affect it anyway. It's kind of strange. Anyway, thank you, David. Good suggestion doing that. Good suggestion. Yeah, we got a lot more votes, 45 votes on the anonymous one. It's interesting that, isn't it? People don't want to do it on the screen. I don't understand that. See, if I was a Trump supporter or a Harris supporter, I would want to have my say on the screen, so I'm promoting the person I like. There could be 50 people watching right now who are Harris supporters who could make Harris winning on the screen. That would be good for Harris, right? You know, thousands and thousands of people are going to watch this video today, and you're helping promote your favorite candidate. I don't know why people wouldn't vote on the screen, but then, you know, I'm just me, right? Anyway, the question is, are the best to America? Now that is a good question. That is the right question. I sound like the Matrix. That is the right question. I agree with that. Are these two people, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, the best two people in the United States of America? I would have to say no. I mean, does anyone think that these are the two very best people? There's no one better. There's nobody better than Kamala Harris from a Democratic point of view, and there's no one better than Donald Trump from a Republican point of view. Does anyone believe that? Does anyone believe that? I have to be honest. I don't think so. The best American, Republican or Democrat, should be presidential. You represent the country. Do we think that these people represent the country? Now, you might like Harris's opinions. You might like Trump's opinions. But do we want the swearing? Do we want all the stuff that's going? Oh, hang on. The bell's about to go.
Moved up the timeline and the split of 3 companies. And David, what I want to say is that you have electronics industrial, which is really strong. By the way, that was...
The bell's gone.
Taiwan Semi, okay? You have water and protection. China, very strong. They came
market
in with water
bounced,
orders.
market
David,
moved on the bell.
When you're splitting into 3, and you have one division that seems to be attractive to other,
but
water
not much.
And protection. Yeah. It's possible that someone may just say, you know what, I want that company while you guys are splitting up.
Coca-Cola's falling down.
Lori Koch, the excellent CEO, Ed Breen's predecessor.
Oh, here we go.
Ed Breen's successor, right? So what do you think? What do you think about when you split into 3?
We're getting some movement now. CNBC is obviously just a few seconds behind.
Is, so I understand that ramification, because sometimes there's a benefit to spinning first, letting it be there, and then knowing that there's an acquirer.
Is up 8.27.
Go by so you don't get the capital gains.
That's a great point. You gotta look into it.
It just depends. I don't know the tax basis.
Let's go through our positions.
Let's get the opening bell here in the
As you
CNBC
can see,
the big board. It's Hyatt doing the honors at the NASDAQ. It's men's health charity Movember.
S&P is moving up. S&P Global hasn't done anything at the moment. Virgin Galactic covering the earnings tomorrow night. FOMC tomorrow. Virgin Galactic going down before the earnings. All my portfolios going up. Let's see if Coca-Cola... No, I want Coca-Cola to go up, take 4% profit, and then buy the S&P. The S&P's rallying. Bloody hell. But don't draw too much into this, of course. Palantir's trimming off after last night's amazing earnings. Anyway, gold is up today. Amazon is flying up. Look at that. We got Apple up today. Just remember, don't chase any of this today. What we've got today is all kind of volatility. Johnson & Johnson going down. Chevron. Tesla up today, 2.3. Rivian going down. I mean, it could go up. It could go back down as fast as it's gone up. Microsoft a bit bounce there. Nvidia, there you go. Nvidia by the end of the week will be on the Dow. I think it is. It's trending on YouTube. All my videos are trending on YouTube, which is cool. Walmart, Tilray was barcoding earlier. Robinhood breaking out. IonQ up 4.2%. Rocket Lab up. Plug Power is down 5%. Only buy it under 2. Bitcoin, the Trump trade. The Trump trade, Bitcoin 69.7. Bounce on the bell. DJT. Well, I mean, if DJT doesn't rise today, it's never going to rise, is it? Anyway, let's carry on, read your comments. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the phone line. If you want to be on the show, you have to be a member. You have to be on camera. You can call in, okay? We can have many at the same time. We can have one at a time, whatever. So if you want to phone in, you can. I'm opening the phone line now. The phone line is now open. So let me give you the link. If you want to call in, have your say today. What do you think? Live phone in. Here is the link in the chat. There you go. I'm going to give you the password on screen. I'm going to change this soon, but there you go. Uppercase L, uppercase A, 100. Lucas Age 100. There is the way to phone in. If you want to phone in, you can be live on the show, have your say, have your thoughts, ask me questions. You have to be a member, though. We don't have anybody just phoning in, talking rubbish. You have to be a member. Anyway, it's Karen reading your questions, watching the markets go up. That's the opposite of what I want. I want S&P to go down for now, so I can buy more from the profit of my Coca-Cola. That's what I want to happen, because I think that Coca-Cola can rise faster than the S&P. And I just got to wait. It will happen. It just might take until January, and that's okay. If it stays down until January the 1st, which is not that long away, 2 months, I can buy in January the 1st more in the Roth IRA, because that's when the year starts again. I can buy 8,000 worth of it, and then take profit. Because I think the S&P is going to be slow next year. We're going to get a rally to Christmas, but I'm hoping that the S&P, I'm hoping before January, ideally, Coke will go up. But if it doesn't, in January I'll buy more and bring the average down and then make it that way. But it might take a bit of time. Anyway, Carl, South Pacific Commercial, I'm not sure what you mean. Presidents are selected, not elected anyway. It's an interesting way of looking at it. Trump is the best Republican because he won his primary. Kamala didn't. Well, that's a good point. That is a very, very good point. Of course, Kamala took over from Biden. That's a very interesting point. Yeah, you can't deny that. That absolutely is right. If Kamala wins, the whole country will look like San Francisco, says David Ewan, with homeless camps and poor poop all over the street. Bloody hell, I hope not. Let's have a look. Meet Martyn Lucas. I also think, but not the best people do not have the amount of money to compete. Now, that is a very, very true statement. No doubt about that. That is, in the United Kingdom, anyone can be Prime Minister. Anyone can be an MP. I was an MP. I told you I would have been an MP if I'd stood. I would have won my seat where I was. I chose to tour around the world instead, but I would have been an MP. Anyone can be an MP. Anyone can be. It's called the House of Commons for a reason. It's the common man. I don't like the American system. Is the person that can run the country is the richest. I don't get that. And you need money. See, I've never understood this. I said this to Leah. I said, if I was running for the President of the United States, I wouldn't ask for billions of dollars, millions of dollars for donations to hire stadiums and put on rallies stuff. I'll just go on YouTube and do it. It's for free. Be more cost effective, be more environmentally friendly, be more cost effective, put the money to better use, help people out with the money rather than just spend it on hiring out stadiums. The people that make the money are the people that are hiring out the stadiums and selling all the merchandise, right? And selling tea and coffee. Well, maybe beer, but tea and coffee in my case. But do you know what I'm saying? I don't think you need it. Why do you have to have a stadium? Why can't you just go on YouTube? You talk to the world for free. I'm sure if Donald Trump had his own YouTube channel and he went live every night and told people about his thoughts, he could reach more people anytime he wants for free. Why do you have to go hire out a stadium? So I don't know why you have to have money. Why can't the best person be the person that cares the most intelligence, the best temperament, the best mind, calm manner, presidential? Don't need any money to do that. Do that for free. That's what I would do anyway. If I wanted to be the president of the United States and I wanted to run, that's what I would do. That's how I'd do it. I'd do it on YouTube. 100%. Common sense, isn't it? Why do you have to? You're not a rock star. You're not Michael Jackson putting on a stadium tour. I mean, you're just standing there. You're just telling people stuff. Why can't you tell people stuff on YouTube? Anyway, that's just my thought. Say what you like. Tesla will be a Trump stock, I think. James 007. Thank you very much indeed. I vote Martyn Lucas. Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I can't run. But if I did, I'd win easy. I'd win easy. There's no doubt about that. All right, smash the like button, folks. Smash the like button. We got 86 watching. How many likes we got? We're going to be here all day. Might be here all night. I'll just leave it running because Leah would not agree to me sitting in here talking to you all night. She'd go, are you having a laugh? But I might let it run all day. I might just have the poll on the screen and give everyone the chance. Does anybody want to phone in yet? When you want to phone in, let me know. We've got 68 likes now. We're nearly at 100. Sort of. Nearly. We're closer than we were a minute ago. Put it that way. Right. Come on. Coca-Cola. I want 4% out of you today. 4% out of Coca-Cola. That'll do. 3%. 2% would be fine, actually. Any less than that, it's pointless. I just wait for the dividend payout. Anyway. This vote is more about people not liking Trump than liking Harris. That's a good point. Would you like to phone in and express that live on the show? 22 votes now, live on the show. You can vote if you want to vote and have your opinions seen and heard and influence the vote. This is, we're corrupting the vote here today. Absolutely right, because people can see it and Trump's winning right now. If you want to change that, you want Harris to win, vote. There's 89 of you watching. All you got to do is type in the chat, exclamation mark, vote, VOTE, space, T or H, whichever one you like. And if you do that, it'll count on the screen and you can influence the vote today. If not, forever hold your peace. In my humble opinion, if Trump wins, the price of gold will benefit. Interesting point, Bernard Foxton. Very nice, GoDB. His policies are tough, but good for Americans, David Ewan. Trump's social policies are the point of the election, GoDB. I'm from the UK, but from what I'm hearing, here, most people think Kamala will win. Yes, most people around the world, no doubt about it, think Harris will win. Most countries around the world, this is not what Donald Trump will tell you, but from someone who's traveled, someone who is British, someone who listens to the British news and the European news all the time, European leaders, European people would prefer Harris. That's not what Donald Trump will tell you, but they are the facts. In the UK, the poll is like 87% for Harris. I mean, this is not a debate. This is facts in the UK and Europe. Trump will tell you that all the leaders around the world love him and tell you he's the greatest, and that's fine. That's his opinion. However, it's not the facts. Okay? All right? And remember, I'm completely impartial. Just telling you how it is. Now we've got into the show. We're going to get a little bit heated now. I'm sure this is going to fire everybody up. I would like to ask you all a question. Purely as an Englishman looking from the outside in, seeing it for what it is, and all the rest of it. We'll bring the poll back up on the screen in a minute. We'll just give it a break for a moment. It seems to me that each party, Democrat, Republican, want to make the other side look bad. Simple as that. They always want to make the other side seem bad, rather than focusing on making themselves look good, because I've always assumed that means you've got lack of self-confidence when you need to put somebody down rather than just be good at what you do. Okay? Now I'm going to use an example. Two things happened recently that were off the charts, were off the scale. First of all, we had the garbage situation. Now then, if you've followed all the facts and all the information, you will know the garbage situation when the people of Puerto Rico were described as garbage. It was done by a comedian on Trump's rally. Wasn't Trump saying it, wasn't Biden saying it, it wasn't anybody else saying it. A comedian stood on stage, live, evidence, we all saw it, made a joke about Puerto Rico being garbage. That is not disputable. That is not a debate. That's a fact. That happened. A comedian thought it was funny to have a joke about Puerto Rico. Fine. That's his joke. Now, let's be honest, comedians are free to do what they want. We've got comedians that are being extremely offensive and rude, and it's all part of being a comedian, right? That's been the way of it forever. Look at all the comedians, adult comedians. They can be very, very offensive, and it's all just part of the fun and games, all part of the romance of being a comedian, right? So let's all agree on that, shall we? That's a fact. That's what happened. The comedian made a joke about Puerto Rico. You could say it's a good joke, bad taste, doesn't matter. That's what he said, right? Okay. Then Biden was on air. I think he was on CNN, wasn't he? From at the same time as Harris was on air, which is a bit weird that he was doing that. But he's on air. He's having a video interview with, I think, CNN, and he said, the only thing that is garbage is his supporters. Now then, that's what he said. That's not up for debate. That's what he said. However, I'm going to put an alternative opinion to you now from an outsider looking on, trying to do something good rather than trying to make everybody look bad. I think it's better to make yourself look good than to put people down. Anyway, let me just put this to you. And if you want to phone in and you want to be on the show, please feel free to call in. Biden said the only thing that's garbage is his supporters. Okay. Now we know that Joe Biden doesn't have a great mind at the moment. He forgets things all the time. There's no debate about that. We can all see he's slowed down, he's got older, and he makes gaffes and he makes mistakes and so on and so forth. Okay. Rightly or wrongly, he makes mistakes. Hence why he stepped down and Kamala Harris took over, right? No debate. Biden isn't in the best of health, even though he might like to say he is. He clearly isn't, right? Okay. So he makes gaffes. He makes mistakes. We all do. I do all the time. We all do, right? Okay. However, he then later replied and he showed you the transcript. I think it was on X, on his X post, and it was on the news, whatever. And he showed you the transcript of what he said. And what he said, it's not how it sounded, but what he said, that makes sense, was his supporter. The only thing that's garbage is his supporter. In other words, he was referring to the comedian. He was saying the comedian was garbage. That's what he said. Now, we all heard supporters. We heard the S at the end. We all heard that. Doesn't matter how many times you play it back, there's clearly an S at the end. No doubt about it. However, it's possible. Don't throw stones in glass houses. It's possible because he makes gaffes all the time. And it's possible because I make mistakes all the time, get the wrong word, and add an S at the end. Because that S changes everything. If he's saying Trump's comedian was rubbish, garbage, it's fair enough. No problem at all, is it? He's just having a go at the comedian. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe it was just a gaffe. I don't know. I don't know what was in his mind. Clearly, we could hear his supporters. So his supporters. But again, even if, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate on both sides here, even if it was an S at the end, supporters, he may have been referring to his supporters, referencing the comedian being one of his supporters. That's believable. That's possible, isn't it? Supporters. Now, I'm not trying to stand up for Biden or Trump or anybody. I'm trying to put an alternative idea out here, and I'm having to explain all this before I get to the point. So, is it possible he was referring to the comedian, not all of Trump's supporters? Because I can't see why a president would want to insult half the country. I find that hard to believe because I always want to see the best in people. Maybe that's naive, whatever. But I can't see how it benefits you from wanting to suggest your citizens are all idiots, or half of them at least. I don't see how that's very sensible, right? It doesn't help your campaign. Now then, this is the point. I was watching, as I've been watching all of the, not all obviously, it's impossible to watch all of them, but I've been watching bouncing in and out of all the debates, watching Trump's rallies, watching Kamala's rallies, and so on and so forth. I happened to be on the Trump rally when this news broke. And when the news broke, Marco Rubio came onto the stage with Trump and said, breaking news. And I checked the time. It just happened. It was like 2 minutes before. Breaking news. Joe Biden has just said half of Americans are garbage. That's what he said. That's what I heard. That's what happened. Okay. Now then. Donald Trump then did the whole stunt with the garbage truck, and he decided to say, look at this. Biden, the Democrats, they all think you're all rubbish. He decided to use the negative. He decided to run with it. He said, yep, that's it. Not listen to my opinion of maybe he was talking about the comedian. Doesn't matter whether he was or not. But he focused on let's come out and say he said half Americans are garbage, and let's come out with an offensive. Let's come out with an attack. Let's come out with we're going to smash you down. Okay, that's what he did. However, this is what I'm thinking. This is my point now. I finally got to it. What if he'd done it another way? This is what I would have done. This is what I would have done. Now, someone is just downlight because you're not listening to what I'm saying. I am completely impartial here. What I'm trying to do is bring a level of debate and intelligence rather than throwing mud around, being positive rather than being negative. And let me explain what I would have done. At that moment, that Marco Rubio had given him the information that Biden had said supporters are all garbage, rather than go, yep, he's attacking all my friends, he's attacking all my people. He could have done this, because doing it the way he did, what did he gain? The people that love him still love him. The people that hate him still hate him. They don't suddenly go, oh, yeah, you're right. Democrats all hate you, so I'm going to love you. I've never seen anybody in history gain respect and love by bashing someone down. Never seen that. Humans don't react that way. All the people that are now being bombed in Gaza and being bombed in Ukraine don't come back and say, we love Putin, we're all going to be friends. They are the future people that are going to fight back. That's why wars never end. If you bomb everybody and knock everybody down, eventually they come back, next generation, and they fight back. So you don't win by smashing everybody down and putting everyone down. Donald Trump could have done this. And again, I'm trying to explain this, that I'm not on either side. I'm trying to bring an alternative mindset to this. Donald Trump could have turned around and said, he could have acted very presidential, very elegant, rather than becoming a trash can man and put on a high vis and drove a truck and said, Biden thinks all my mates are garbage. He could have said something like this. Joe Biden has just said, or it appears to have suggested, that our supporters, all of you, are garbage. Listen to the clip. Play the clip. Show the evidence. It appears that's what he did. However, I'd like to rise above that. That's very disappointing to have that in an important election days before the vote. But I want to be a president that brings the country together. Let's get over that. I'm sure he didn't mean it. I'm sure it was a mistake. I'm sure he was talking about the comedian, not the people, not all of you. This is the result that would have happened. The people that loved him would have still loved him and thought, there we go. Donald Trump, he's the peacemaker. He's the man who finds the political solution. The people that didn't like him, the Democrats, would have gone, he could have used that. He could have said, that Joe Biden reckons we're all idiots. Or garbage, if you want to use the right word. But he chose to be consolidatory. He decided to forgive. He decided to pardon, like King Solomon. He decided to wave the hand of, forgiveness. Could have done that. If he'd done that, at that moment, without any of what happens today, he would have won the election. No question about it. Because it would have showed humility. It would have showed reason. Even if he thinks he said it. It would have showed discipline. It's much better to win a war, win an argument, win a vote by rising above it and forgiving. Because if we just come out and smash and smash and smash and smash one thing after another, all we end up with is a divided country. We end up with lots of angry people. Half the country ate the other half. No one trusts anyone. Everyone's throwing mud around, and we achieve nothing. Just like in wars, we end up with people hating us. It seems this election has all been about who votes for me, who makes me look good. All of the celebrities. Last night, Joe Rogan endorsed Donald Trump. What does that mean? What does that mean when somebody endorses you? What do you mean? I don't know Joe Rogan's politics. I don't know Joe Rogan. Is he a nice bloke? Is he intelligent? I don't know. He's a successful podcaster. That's all I know. Am I going to vote for someone just because of Taylor Swift likes them, or Joe Rogan likes them, or Elon Musk? Now, Elon Musk is a great bloke. He's very clever. But is he a great... Do I want to follow? No, I want to follow myself. I want to do what I want to do. So I don't really care that listing all... It just seems to be all about money and who likes who. Where it could have been all about dignity, consolidation, forgiveness. It could have been about bringing people together. And then you have a leader. And then you have a president of the United States, the leader of the free world. And that was the moment Donald Trump could have won the election without any debate. Done. No more rallies. No more dancing around. No more shouting. No more screaming. No more calling names. Just do that. There was another incident when Donald Trump would have won the election in 5 seconds, and that was just after the shooting when he did the big rally thing. Was it DOC? I forget what it. GOP, the big rally when they formally accepted the nomination. It was days since he was shot at. Terrible situation. At that moment, the world was watching. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, the president was, assassination." Oh, we've got Fight Channel calling in. Fantastic. We'll have a great discussion in a minute. He was had an attempted assassination, and if he'd have walked on that stage that night and left politics at the door and just said, "What happened was terrible, right? Someone tried to shoot me." Flippin' heck. There's a lot of anger in this country. Let's not do that. Let's bring everyone together. And didn't use it to try and sell his ideas. Don't knock it, all the things that he comes out with. Don't do any of that. He would have won again. Because people would have gone, bloody hell, he could have used it. It's power, real power, is when you have power and you choose not to use it. That is power. Power is not, I've got bigger bombs than you, so I'm going to blast you to bits. Power is having the bombs, and we don't need to. It's like being a bully in a playground, and I know, because I was bullied for many years. I know what it feels like. If you're the biggest kid in the playground, you choose not to fight. It's like the big dog and the small dog. The big dog just walks around happy as Larry. It's that little chihuahua, that yap, always biting at the heels, always trying to have a go. The big dog's like, I ain't bothered. Like a bear. You know those bears that live up in Nebraska and all up Colorado that sort of waltz down the road, this giant bear, and it walks really slow. I'm a bear. I can rip your head off whenever I want. I just choose not to until I do. Whereas the little bloody squirrel, he's all over the place, jumping up here, biting your legs off. It's a right pain in the ass. And being the bigger person, I think Donald Trump knows half the country are against him. He knows the other half love him. So don't try and win the fans already love you. Don't entertain the man at the back of the room. That's what I've always said. You want the Democrats to vote for you. So how are they going to vote for you? Not by bashing their mate. Don't bash their pal. Forgive him and say, I'm sure he didn't mean that. Why would he say that? That wouldn't make any sense. Maybe he was referring to the comedian. If he'd done that, he'd have won. Anyway, we've got Fight Channel on the phone line. So we're going to bring him in. And we're going to have a conversation. So let's see. First time in season 4 if my system works. It's always a bit debatable. We'll have a little look. I think it's working. How are you, Fight?
I'm good.
It's great to see you live on the show. Very first time. I've got a red and black fleecy jacket like that back in England. Very nice.
You gotta have it when it gets a little bit nippy out here in Georgia.
Yeah, I like it. Like a lumberjack out there chopping the trees down. Yeah, I don't need it in Texas, but when I go into England, I certainly do. Election day. See ya. Are you glad to see the back of it?
Oh yeah, I'm ready for the ads to be over with. I'm tired of the ads. I'm tired of the negative ads I'm running on the radio. I hear it all on the radio all day long while I'm driving around.
Yeah.
But does it really matter who wins the president if they don't take care of the number one problem? What is the number one problem in America? Anybody knows?
I don't know. You tell me.
The debt crisis.
Have to agree. Very, very important.
When was America was not in debt? Who was the last president left a profit on the debt with no debt?
That's interesting. I don't know. Tell me.
He spent 8 years in the 90s. Mr. Bill Clinton.
Did America had no debt in the 90s? Is that right?
No, we had no debt. We had surplus of money.
Wow. I never knew that. I've never known a time that England has not owed money. I thought we'd always owed money. That's great.
No.
Wow. That's how we need to be again.
Yeah, but which one of these two going to take care of the debt? None of them.
I did read the other day that what we spend in America on interest payments is more than the budget for the military. And America has the biggest military in the world, or the second biggest, I think it is. So that's pretty wild, isn't it?
No, we have the largest military in the world.
Okay. That depends on how many soldiers. We can count it different ways. But it's certainly one of the biggest then, if not the biggest. But the budget for that is less than what we pay in interest payments. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, because we go in debt like $1 trillion in less than 4 days now. I mean,
Crazy.
it just calculate. And us Americans don't understand that who got paid for that debt? We do.
Yeah, the
middle
taxpayer.
class. Middle class. We don't have to worry about the upper class. What that man in front of my head is talking about. I'm not saying what. I don't like him one bit. We already had 4 years of Donald Trump. Why we want to go backwards? Yeah, I don't like both of them, but I would take the one that hadn't been in as president over the one that has been in president.
So what do you think is going to happen today? Any thoughts? The poll, we've got 24. If you just tuned in, folks, and you want to vote, we've got a poll running live on the screen right now. 24 votes. This poll is not as popular as the poll in the chat because people don't want to they don't want to be public about who they vote for. But please feel free. All that happens is it just says in the chat who you voted for, but it gets your comment on the screen. So if you want to vote for Trump, you simply put !vote space T. If you vote for Harris, you do ! vote space H. And you can see that Trump is winning by 14 votes to 10, 24 votes. So please do take part in that. I'll take that poll away for a minute. We'll come back to it and see how it's changed. But in the actual poll in the chat, we've had 151 votes. So it does seem, we are learning from this actually, that people don't want to say who they vote for. They like to be private about it. We've got Mike on the phone as well. We'll bring Mike in a second. So that's interesting. That 67% are voting for Trump with 151 votes. If we do look at the X poll, this is massive today. In fact, it's not as big as our YouTube poll now, but we'll have a look at it, and I'll come back to Fight Channel. Here's the X poll. We've got Trump winning 68%, and Harris with 31%. If you want to vote on it, I'll give you my X account there, and you can go and vote. We're going to bring Mike into the conversation in a minute. So stand by, Mike. I see he's got his glasses on again, his sunglasses. Nothing's changed from season 3. He's decided season 4, I'm still going to walk around the house with my sunglasses on. We had hoped that he might have grown out of that and maybe even bought a tripod, but it looks to me that we are still where we were in season 3. I've grown up. I've moved on. I've got less hair. I'm fatter. I'm older. I'm slower. And I've got more achy bones. Mike hasn't changed. He hasn't learned a thing. He's the same. We'll come on to Mike in a minute. So stand by, Mike, in the chat. So getting back to you, Fight. First of all, congratulations and thank you for your entertainment over October for your Barbie doll channel. It's always nice to check in and see what's going on there. Thanks for that.
Yeah, Donald Trump took over your co-host right now.
So, getting back to the stocks today, because that's what we're here for at the end of the day, the community, the fun, and the stocks. Whoever wins, I don't think it's going to make a difference to the stock market. I think the stock market, the businesses are businesses, just like I'm a business, I'm in charge of me. I create this business. iPhone creates its business. And of course, whatever tax laws change, or we've talked a lot about what's the word I'm looking for? Tariffs. All these things could change. A business will always find a way to negotiate the climate and make money. And people will still buy iPhones, they'll still buy cans of Coke, I will still go on YouTube, and so on and so forth. So I believe the economy isn't going to change whoever wins. However, some people say if Harris wins, when I say some people, this is what Trump says. And I quote roughly, I've read it, I forgot the exact words, but I quote roughly, I read it this morning. If Harris wins, within 3 days, we will be a 1929 depression. I'm sorry, I don't agree. There's no factual reason why that would happen, because earnings, I can see you obviously don't agree with that. And those that don't know, 1929 into 1930 was the Depression, the Great Depression. The economy was very, very different from what it is today. Businesses, we've just gone through, and we're in the middle of coming to the end of an earnings season, which is most businesses have done really well. I'm expecting Nvidia to do really well. The economy is growing, interest rates are coming down. Very, very opposite of what happened in 1929. I cannot believe for a moment if Harris wins the election within 3 days, not within 3 years, 3 days, we're going to be in the worst depression in American history. There's no evidence to support that whatsoever. I don't know where that's coming from. Fight, what's your opinion on that?
Depression. We were in a 10-year depression starting at that time. I mean, really, we want to go backgrade to that? Then we're already in wars. I mean, we weren't in war during the Depression, but when we got out, there was World War One. I mean, it is what it is.
There was World War Two.
Or World War II, excuse me. Yeah, after that. But I don't see that happening. I mean, our economy around the world is too strong. I mean, it's not our economy. Yeah, our economy is one's top in the world. But you got other economies that pump in everything else. I mean, stock market is an international thing for where people can invest in. I mean, it's not like we're going to go back 100 years ago, I think.
Let me get Mike's opinion on that. Let's just do it this way. I'm going to add Mike into guest one. Let's see if I can do that. Mike, what's your thoughts on what I've just said? Well, and lovely to see you, by the way. How are you?
Same here, buddy. I'm great.
You decided to take the glasses off, even though they're on your head. I'm glad nothing's changed, Mike.
I've just gotten older, that's all.
Well, mate, I'm telling you, I can't believe it. A holiday is supposed to refresh you. My bones.
Yeah, look.
Hello, what's that there? What is it?
Trying to get it. I hate phones. There.
I voted. Very nice. Very good. Good for you, mate. I haven't got a badge. I'm not allowed to vote. I am going to get citizenship, though.
Yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there. It's just a privilege, you know. It's a privilege to vote. I wasn't going to vote, but decided to go do it, and there's hardly anybody there. It's sad.
Wow.
Yeah, there's
when
probably
I get
maybe
when I get my
there's
citizenship.
probably
When I get my citizenship, I'm going to do it just to piss you off. Because basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, who did you vote for? You'll tell me, and I'll vote for the other person to cancel you out, just for a laugh. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just waiting for that. I said to Leah, that's what I'm going to do. Whatever you vote for, Leah, I'm voting for the other person just to cancel you out. Make it a waste of time for you to even turn up.
Well, the whole voting process is strange anyway. I mean, it's the electoral votes that count, and the majority votes, they do count because they go towards the electoral votes, blah, blah, blah. It's really hard to understand the whole principle. And like you said the other day, I mean, they should be able to count those ballots as fast as they come in.
Yeah, exactly.
I do not understand that.
No, I'm going to come back to Fight Channel and get his opinion on that in a second. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, a few days ago, yesterday I think it was, I put the question out in other countries, England and some third world countries, they get a result on the same day. It might be late in the evening, early morning, but as the votes come in, they close the ballots at 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock or wherever it is, they start counting and they're done. Now, before anyone says, well, there's 350 million people in America, there's way more people live in India, way more people live in Africa, way more people living in other countries. It doesn't matter how many people live in there. You have as many counters as you need for the people that live there to get the job done. It's irrelevant. I don't know why, because the fact it does take so long, it brings that conspiracy into it. It allows Donald Trump to say, oh, it's been fixed, because a week later, we're still counting and we're still recounting. And it's like, that just makes everything seem dodgy. Whereas if we just close it at whatever time it is tonight, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and there's 1,000 people in a room or 100 people, depending on how big it is, and start counting. And in England, we have like a race to see who can win. Every year, it's like a little trophy. And we get the first result by about 9, 10 o'clock in the evening. And they get like a little, well done, you were the first. We have a little bit of that. It's great. And by about midnight, you've got 80% of the votes in. You've got a good idea where we're going to go. We're not going to know until the end, but this, not knowing, but it's good for me though. I'll just keep streaming 24 hours a day for a week until it's done. I'm going to get loads of ad revenue. Great. Anyway.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Yeah,
but
you know, because Leah won't agree to that.
The whole voting process is complicated. It should be very simple. And everybody will probably be in the chat saying, I can't see the chat right now, but they probably will be saying, well, that's not true. But go and read the electoral votes. Go and read those. I mean, how the electoral votes work. It's confusing. It's because of the population of each state has so many electoral.
Let me get Fight's channel on that. Fight. What's your opinion on the voting system? Is it fair? Do you understand it?
Oh, I understand it, but reason why it takes so long to count, because we got so many got Germany bases, you got Italy bases. I mean, you got people in Sinai, Egypt doing 6 months missions over there. I mean, even the Navy got people in Japan, and we got South Korea troops over there. I mean, how much absentee got? Yeah, they might have got it back in July, but they got to fill them out. They got to mail them back to their state. Then the process start be counting. I mean, that could take up till December.
Okay, well, put this to you. Right? When I go up to an ATM machine, Bank of America ATM machine with $1 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills, $100 bills, some with corners, some with a little bit ripped, some old, some new, and I stuff them in the machine in seconds, as fast as that. It counts it. Perfect. Are you telling me that we don't know how to count bits of paper? I don't get it.
It's how long it takes for them to get mailed back to their state that it takes so long to get them counted.
But haven't we been doing postal votes for months?
You know, sometimes when you put money in ATM, it does kick back the bad bills to you.
It does, and then you put one in again, and it works.
But how it is, I mean, it takes a while, and humans got to count all those, put them in, and blah, blah, blah.
I mean, we can put millions of iPhones in boxes and send them out. I mean, it just seems we're making excuses. I mean, you know, just think of it. Just think of everything that we have. You know, all the millions and billions and trillions of pints of milk that get delivered to supermarkets. They don't have a delay. It works. I don't know. It just seems. It just opens up the whole debate of when people say it's corrupt. If it just got done and it seemed easy, people would believe it, because it drags on, and it's, you know, it doesn't happen in other countries. It doesn't happen in the UK. So it just gives you that sense of, oh, what's going on? And then Donald Trump will say it's all a scam, and people will go, yeah, it's all a scam. It's like people just don't know. They don't believe anything because they can't see it. They can't understand it. Whereas if you can see, as we do in the UK, if there was an election on tonight, you would have all these cameras and all the polling areas and all the counters, and you'd see all these people with boxes of paper, and they tip them on the desk, and they're counting them out. You can see them all doing it. And then they put them in boxes, and then they go, there you go, that's the result. Of course, you can still scam it. I could miss one out. I could make a mistake. But at the end of the day, is it looks real, and it sounds real. And then because it was like a few hours later, you don't really challenge it. America invites it to be challenged, and that's the problem. Then people then jump on the bandwagon and say it's all us. You know, we didn't go to the moon, and it was suddenly the world's flat, and suddenly everyone can create all these different impressions and illusions.
Well, I live in a state that had that problem the last election. That's why Trump was here about 5 times in Georgia last month for rallies.
What do you mean you had that problem?
You didn't hear that Georgia, that he said that Georgia was one of the votes that he should have won, and he lost to Biden?
Yeah, I've heard it, but I want to hear your thoughts on that. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, whatever they count is whatever they count. Is it, end of the day, what I believe? I mean, what they count and what they count. I don't care what
there has to be a level of belief, doesn't there? There has to be a level of trust. If you just think everyone counting the ballots are liars and scammers and they're all paid off by someone, then there's no convincing you, right? I mean, if you believe that, then we're buggered, aren't we? Basically. But let me ask Mike about that. Mike, what's your? Can you just come in the camera? What is your? Do you genuinely believe what you're told? Do you believe the counting is real? Are you happy with it?
Not really, but it's all we got. I mean, paper. When I voted here, there was a paper ballot that you you cross the little line there and you darken it or whatever, just like the old SAT scores. Anyway, and then you take the paper ballot over to a machine, you put it in upside down, and it scans it, and it goes into the machine. Now, where it goes from there, I have no idea.
I mean, this is it. Like I just said, you have to have faith, I guess, in the system. If you don't,
somewhere you have to.
Yeah. Unless you're sat there watching what everyone's doing, you don't know.
No, and the main guy was on 60 Minutes the other night, the main registrar, and he was saying that since the last election, because there was so much controversy, they've put a lot more people into the voting polls than they have. I mean, there must have been 40 people there that were just volunteers.
Yeah. I have to say, for me...
I mean, no, go ahead.
No, for me, it seems, like you say, it's what we have. You have to make the most of what you have. You can always say the counting system, the voting system should be different. I don't understand in great detail the electoral the votes and how it's divided up and blah, blah, blah. For me, I would just like to see every US citizen, a registered citizen, not just a tourist, not a green card holder, not someone who doesn't have identification. I think everyone should be, this is me, so I am legally here. This is the real me. I can't vote 10 times, whatever, right? You should be able to vote. And because you're choosing, it seems to be, in America, you're choosing a president rather than a party, right? In England, we kind of vote for the party. We have Labour and Conservative, which is like Democrat and Republican, right? Republican is Conservative and Labour is Democrats. So you can compare the two. We vote for the party. Don't really care who the Prime Minister is. We care about the party. So I'm a Republican or a Democrat. That's what I want, okay? In America, it kind of seems a little bit more weighted to, I want that president to win, as opposed to the party. I know people also bearing in mind what party they are, but they generally, it seems to me, at least since Trump's been here, it's very much you either love or hate the leader. So, in my opinion, it shouldn't be divided by states and electoral colleges. I don't even understand it. It sounds so complicated. I just think it should be, you got 350 million people, and the one who gets one more than the other one wins. So,
right, that's the way.
175 each is 350, right? 175 million. So whoever gets 175 and 1 is the winner. That's it.
Right, that's the way it should be.
Wouldn't that be
exactly
democratic?
right.
That would just be democratic, right? Majority wins.
Yeah, but it's not the right. But that's not the way that it works, and that's just, to me, it's very confusing. I go out and vote because our forefathers, fought for that right, and I believe in that.
What do you think, though, that people will say, because you just mentioned that people fought for you, and they did, right?
Right.
By not voting, you're also voting.
Right.
Because you're taking a vote away from somebody. Or voting for the other person. Because maybe you like Republican, but you don't want Trump to win. So you vote Harris. You go, oh my God, I'm going to vote Harris for the first time. Or you vote Harris because or you vote Trump just because you don't like Harris, but actually you'd like Democrats to win. So, by voting or not voting, you're still voting. I don't think, and I don't want to offend any, and hope I don't offend anybody, because we do have Fight Channel, who is former military. I don't think anybody who fought in a war, whether they survived or died, was doing it thinking Mike can vote in 50 years. I think they did it because they're in the army, because it's what they decided to do. Some people do it because it just feels good. They leave school, they go in the army. It's an adventure. It's exciting. They say they love the country. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Maybe it's camaraderie. Maybe it's friendship. Maybe it's being part of a tribe. Some people just want to be part of something. They love the life. Whatever. They're doing it because they want to do it. Right? I don't know if anybody stands in a field being shot at thinking, I'm going to make sure I kill the other person so in 50 years my mate Mike can vote. We say that. We go, I should vote because my forefathers died. But I don't think that's really what actually happened.
No, it was for the freedom of our country and the benefits of our country because of freedom.
Correct.
And,
agree with that.
Right. Voting is just one of the benefits of a war won. I don't believe in wars, but who am I to say? I'm just a little peant.
Your voice is as important as anybody else's. Let me ask Fight, who's been in the army, who's served in the services. Let's see what Fight says. What do you think of that, what I just said there? Did you ever at any point think I'm fighting so my mate Mike can vote one day?
No, when I was in, I was thinking about my battle buddy left and right of me, that they're going to protect me and I'm going to protect them. It's not about that. Because I was in the infantry. I had to worry about, I didn't care what race they were. They were my brother in arms.
There it is.
Black, white, Indian, I don't care. They're my brother in arms. They're protecting me while I'm protecting them.
There it is. There it is in a nutshell. That's America. That is it right there. It's no different than us all being here today. We're on this channel. We're in a family. We're in a community. We love this community. We chat to each other. We protect we protect each other. We have a laugh and a joke. This is our little community. And you being in the military, like you say, you're brothers in arms. You're protecting each other because that guy on the right of you is going to keep you alive and vice versa. And you are part of something. And I think people like to feel part of something. We naturally want to be in a tribe. Humans want to be part of something that makes them feel good and special and, have some sort of comfort and protection. I've always felt that way a little bit with religion. You notice as you get older, more the churches, typically, not everywhere, but typically, you see more people go to church when they get older. Why? In my opinion, because as we get older, we fear, we worry, death's coming. We want a bit of comfort. And, some people will say, no, I have a faith, because you all know I don't know. I don't have a faith. Sadly, I don't. But I think that it brings comfort to people. So as you get older and you start aching and breaking and getting old and bits start falling off and you worry about death, it just makes you feel good. People like to feel there's something bigger than them. It's like being a kid and your mum and dad take care of you. You don't have to worry about stuff. Food just comes every day. Brilliant. Now we've all got to put food on the table. It's a bit harder, isn't it? But we like to be part of something and people there to help us out. Someone else you can blame, someone else who can hold your hand, someone else you can talk to who's bigger than you, makes you feel safe. And that's, I think, just how we all work. Maybe lots of people will disagree with me and go, that's rubbish. I don't believe that at all. But that's how I think about it. Let's see what. Did you have a comment to that?
I was asked one day, while picking somebody up or Uber, do I go to church? I say, no, man, I don't go to church because too many hypocrites in church. But I do believe in my Bible. I read my Bible and I understand my Bible because each person that read the Bible look at it different each time. I don't care what the pastor say. I look at it different than he does, and you look at it different than I do.
Sure.
I just think a bunch of hypocrites. I don't know how to go to it, but I like going to my concerts that have religions into it, like my band Skillet or Toby Mac, all them good concerts. I just like praising around people that are real authentic, the praising to what they want to believe in.
I like that. Because I've always thought if I was religious and if I did believe in it, it's again the same. It's the comfort. It's the spiritualism of a higher power, of something that's there for you to protect you and help you and support you and believe in. Because the people aren't always good. It's not the people that make it, is it? It's above that. And there's bad people and good people in all religions, isn't there? Really. And I've had some first-hand experience of people that are supposed to be really religious. I mean, look at what happened with the Catholic priests. Many Catholic priests didn't do very good things to young boys. That's not very nice, is it? You know, so there's bad people in it. It's the higher power that's the draw, isn't it? That's the comfort. Mike, what's your thought on that? We touched this dodgy subject. We don't normally talk about religion on the show, but as we're talking about voting and polling, it's kind of, you know, all related.
Yeah, it's. I believe it's up to each individual. I mean, you know, what they believe. All the religions is just that, religion. It's like man seeking out God. Where
do you start thinking more and asking more questions as you get older?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've learned one thing in my life, that everything changes, and you know, even your beliefs change.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think we all do, don't we?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's not that you're more afraid when you get older, but you have to be more cautious of what you think and how you act and how you treat people. It's hard, and it's because you went through so many things in your life. You know, I mean, and then all of a sudden here you are at my age, 68, and here we are. I mean, it happens fast, and our beliefs are an important part of our being, but everybody believes different. I don't care if you believe in God, you're still going to believe different.
Do you know what I've realized only just recently, over the last 6 months, as I feel older, as you know, bones ache and stuff. When I was younger, and I'd see an old man walking down the road, you know, bent over like a bit of a hunchback, I always used to think to myself, why don't you just stand up? Why don't you just straighten up, mate? What's going on? Just put some effort into it. I've run Tough Mudder. I've done the London Marathon. I know what it is to be fit. Just stand up. As you get older, you realise, because you can't. You can't. The body changes. And when you're younger, you think it's all stupid. Why are people old? Why are people got bruises on them all the time? Why are people all bent over? Why don't they just get on with it? Stand up straight. What's wrong with you? And as you get older, you realise I used to be like that, and now look at me, hobbling around like an old man.
I know. And I've realized that here lately because of my dad in the nursing home. I mean, that was a very proud, staunch man in his life. And now he's been belittled to nothing. I mean, his mind isn't there. His body's barely there. Of course, he's 96, but, you know, it's a shame to get to that point. And now that I'm at that point with him, yeah, all the things that he did and said, you know, do they really count? I don't know.
It's a great conversation. Have you voted? You've shown me your badge. I wish you the best. I hope you get who you voted for. I honestly do, whoever that is. Thanks for being here. Have you missed the show, Mike? I've missed you. You got to say yeah, by the way.
Oh yeah.
There was a delay there. Either there's a YouTube delay or you had to think about it. What have you been doing all month? Because normally you're watching the show every day.
Not much of anything. I've just been, like I said, been going to the nurse. I have to take my mother to the doctor here in a little while.
Right. Well, I'm gonna just wrap up with Fight. One last comment. Mike, thanks for calling in. Thanks for being part of it. Send me your love to your mum and your dad. And it's lovely to have you on the show. And yeah, season 4. Great to be here with you, mate. Spend time with you. Thanks, okay, Mike.
Same here, buddy.
Cheers, mate. There you go. That was a good conversation, Fight, with our mate Mike. So, what do you think? Achy bones yet?
Always. I can't sit in a car for more than 2 to 3 hours. By the time I get out, I feel like an old man. I mean, especially early in the mornings when I get up at 5 o'clock, get in the car, and don't get out at 8 o'clock. I feel old. My body just aches. I said, what did I do to my body? I'm just sitting in the car, picking people up, taking places. I mean,
mate, tell you, well, that's it, mate. Getting old.
I think I know what it is. Is all of them 7 years of carrying a rucksack that's over 100 pounds on your back almost every other day, just wear you out. Especially when you're in the field. Oh my God, they're just ruthless out there.
Do you know what? I think we all do that. I think we all looking for something to blame. I do it with my 6 bulging discs, my bad back. That was years of me touring around the world, carrying gear, traveling, sitting in a truck, blah, 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 blah. We can't just go, I broke. Got to blame it on something that you did, that you was active with. Makes you feel good. See, you kind of like feel like you've wore yourself out. Nobody wants a pair of shoes 90 years old that look brand new. You gotta wear them out. Holes in the bottom. Your body's the same. If you get to 90 and you're perfect and there's not a single wrinkle on your face, you've been basically staying really still in a box and covered in cling film. You're supposed to get broke. If you get broke, it means you've had a life.
Yeah, that's true. I still go out and go ride roller coaster at my age. I mean,
I can't.
I've been told from my kids and other people say, you probably be still probably riding roller coaster when you're 80 years old. I said, I probably will be.
I can't do
Because
that.
I enjoy it.
That makes me feel sick. I never really loved the roller coasters, but I could do them, and it was kind of when I got on it, it was exciting. Hey, woo! All that screaming and stuff. Hey! But you put me on a spinny thing, the spinny things. Oh God, no, can't do it. And I don't even want to try because I know it's going to make me feel sick. In fact, I'm feeling sick thinking about it. Seriously. No. I like just sitting here talking to you. This is a good job. This suits me. Yeah, this suits my setup now.
I'm just hoping one day that my investment make me enough money for I don't have to work no more.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not about getting there, is it? It's the journey to get there. I had a lot of time to think about this while I was away. And I thought, what's all this about? I'm going to go live every single day, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day to what? 100,000 subscribers, 1 million. I'm going to make $1 million on my portfolio. What happens at that point? Nothing. Having $1 million on the portfolio will just be a number on the screen until you spend it and do something with it. It's just a number on the screen. You know, if I got 1 million subscribers, what happens? Nothing. I'm still sitting here talking to you. Exactly the same. Nothing's happened. It's the journey that we go on and the person that it makes you become. An aim, a goal, a challenge, something. Otherwise, you just might as well die. If you've got no challenges, no reason to get out of bed in the morning, well, the bloody hell's the point? You've obviously got enough money right now because you're standing there, you're fed, you're clothed, you're under a roof, you've paid the electric because the electric's still on. You know what I mean? Everything's okay. How much money do you really need? You're doing all right, mate.
To pay my bills.
Pay your bills, mate. Do your Ubering. Phone into the show. Be part of it. That's what it's all about. One
thing on the comment I made on that you're chasing stocks, but that was just more of a joke than anything. I knew what you were doing.
Oh, I know that.
Because I was ripping off profit off of mine, and when it dipped back down, I bought more and got more shares. I mean, everybody need to take profit because if you don't take profit on your on what you made, it's nothing. It goes up. Okay, you made $1,000. If you don't take that $1,000, it goes back down to where it was at. What you have, nothing.
When you first started, when I first got to know you, when I first met you and you joke, I didn't know you. Now I know your humor. Now I know you got that British sarcastic humor. Now it's okay. When I first got it, I thought, bloody hell, he's having a right go at me here. Now I understand you, so it's fine. I got that. But to answer what you just said, yes and no. If you're a trader and you're buying stocks you don't want to hold forever and they go up and they go back down, you lost money. I agree. But if you're buying like me, the S&P, and you're holding it for 20 years and just buying the dips along the journey at the best price available along the journey as you earn money or margin if you feel it's a big dip, then you don't have to sell that. And I had the real experience of that in England, well, recently I cashed out my pension, which I told you on the show yesterday. 6,800 went down to 5,400. 25% or whatever, plus some fees, gone. And I hadn't paid it in, so I haven't bought any shares for like 30 years. I stopped paying it like when I was about 20. It was only the first few years when I started working. So you'd think, well, they say if the longer you have it, the less tax you pay. No, only the first year. After that, it stays the same forever. And I couldn't believe it. So I absolutely, with my 20 grand profit I've made this year on the S&P, do not want to give 4,000 of that to Uncle Sam. That's what I'd be doing.
Yeah, I understand.
All I've got to do is buy more as I earn more.
I understand in your brokerage account, but in your Roth IRA.
Roth IRA, different, yeah.
Different. Know what I do in my traditional Roth IRA. Because right now, you can't put no money into your Roth till next year.
No, just sitting there doing nothing. Yeah. And
I take profit. Then when we go down, get more shares.
Did you see my 6X video? Did you see that?
Oh, yeah. I was here yesterday when you video it.
So you saw it when I made it. Right, so I had 19 trades, 19 wins. Yeah, it worked perfect. And I when you were joking with me, you're chasing the trades. To me, they were blindly obvious. That big dip that we had on the S&P was blindly obvious. And then we had the E. coli. But did you notice it didn't really go shooting back up again? It had the reaction, because basically what happened is I was watching as the news broke, the stock just dumped like 10 minutes earlier, because those at McDonald's, the big wigs, they knew what that would do for their stock, so they sold it themselves just to buy it back. You could see it, but it didn't come all the way back up again. It just fluttered around, and it's still down where it was because it's expensive. McDonald's is expensive. It's not a free stock. It's not on sale really. But that drop, I thought I can make 4% out of that. But if it makes 3, 2, 1, 5, doesn't matter. A profit's a profit. And I watched it, and it was slowing down. The volume was slowing down. I thought, no one's really jumping all over this to buy it. It's not that cheap. It has a macro event that, would give some stimulus. So I just bought it and sold it, and it on my IRA, and it cost me nothing. And then I was able to buy back in the S&P at a cheaper price because the whole market was down. So I gained twice. I won on both sides of the trade. I did that a few times. Did the S&P a few times. Coca-Cola, I didn't catch the bottom because it's gone down another sort of 2% from where I bought it. But I'm not bothered about that. Would I have preferred to buy it now? Yeah, because there's been times when it's been up 2% and I could have been out already with a 2% profit and bought the S&P where it is now, which would be nice. It's a bit down. Well, it was until this morning. Right now it's up again, but yeah, the Coca-Cola situation is my 20th trade. I'm still in it. I think it's going to work out that I'm going to get. I don't think it's going to rally ahead of the S&P. I was hoping it would, and then buy the S&P before we get the post-election rally, which I think we're going to get into Santa rally. I don't think I'm going to get that now, but that's okay because 90% of my money is in the brokerage account anyway. I'm going to have all of that growth. But as far as my Roth, it's probably going to end up, I'm going to have to sort of go a couple of quarters to get those dividends, which will then compensate that I'm down. But then by January, it'll go up anyway. I reckon January, February, it'll go up. You can give me your thoughts on that because you're the dividend man. And then I can sell and buy back the S&P.
25 cents per quarter.
Sorry?
On Coca-Cola. It's 25 cents per quarter on Coca-Cola per share you're going to get.
I thought it was...
or is it 30?
I thought it was 37.
Last time I knew it was 25 where I got out of it.
Yeah, I think it's 37. Yeah, but bearing in mind, it's not a $400 stock, is it? I mean, it's just a 3% yield. It's pretty good.
But also, you got to worry about.
S&P.
But you also got to worry about 2 more quarters of earnings. I mean, earnings does matter to a lot of these stocks because I seen one in MSTR did a video on it because I own MSTY. I pulled $7,000 out in Misty before MSTR earning report. And they missed bad. I mean, they missed bad, and that stock drop and my ETF drop. And when it dropped, I bought more shares. I put that $7,000 back in, got more shares because of bad earnings. I mean, earnings do matter on.
Absolutely. but the earnings is good. The earnings was misinterpreted. People looked at the earnings as being worse than it was, and I've studied in depth. I didn't buy because when I trade like this on my IRA, it's all in. $28,000 of Coca-Cola, $28,000 of McDonald's. I don't mess around with 50 quid and 200. I go all in on one stock for several reasons. But if the conviction is, if the information is there, I act on it, and then I'm going all in. But the earnings was good, and I saw some more news this morning, only out this morning, that the earnings is now, they're starting to discover the earnings are actually better than it was. And there's one of their European partners today has just, they've got a subsidiary company that has reported a great earnings, a really blow off the top earnings this morning. And, things are going to be okay. So I'm in fact, I'm just looking at it now, 0.16 up from a big drop this morning. That news is out. So we're behind the S&P because I'm up 1.72. So half of that is because of margin. So I'm actually up about 0.7, whereas the Coca-Cola is up 0.16. So I'm lagging at the moment. But you were saying yesterday, and I wanted to pick you over on this one, you were saying that as we come up to ex-dividend day, all that happens is, because you watch this a lot, you have a lot of experience on this. You were saying if you gain 50 cents, the stock goes down 50 cents. And I disagreed with that. I said, I don't agree with that. And someone else said, well, it has to because it's paying out of the market cap. Well, the market cap is just the
it don't pay out the market. It don't pay out through the market cap. It's profit they're paying you. But Correct. It does drop. I have done videos on it on my channel showing you where declaration and ex-dividend day, I show you where it dropped. I know when all my ETFs pay out, and on ex-dividend date, that's usually on Wednesday at 8 p.m. to 8:30. I see my ETFs drop around. Okay, let's say I get a $4 dividend, like I did on one of my ETFs. It dropped $3.75 by 8:30 Wednesday night. See, like on Coca-Cola, you won't notice it. 37 cents. You're not going to notice a 37 cents drop because you get technically, if you know what you're looking at, you can, but technically you won't notice, especially if it's going down anyways, you ain't going to notice that 37 drop. If it's going up, then you have one red candle, then you will notice. But that's the SEC rule that they have to have the stock drop the same amount of you get paid out on.
That's an SEC rule.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just, everyone dumps it because they know that's going to happen and it goes down by that amount. You're actually saying it actually goes down as an actual SEC regulation.
Yes.
Oh, that's a whole different ballgame. I didn't know that.
Yes. If you get dividends from a company, they will have to pay you out. They come out.
I understand they pay you out the profit, but I didn't.
Yeah, the profit, but it lower down your stock price. Your market capital don't matter.
No.
Basically, your market capital is what your stock trading at times how many shares they got outstanding.
Yeah, exactly. And it's purely on the price that people are prepared to pay. If everyone dumps the stock, it goes down. If everyone buys the stock, it goes up. It's not the value of the company. The value of the company is how much money they make, their profits, their losses, the yada, yada, yada. That's what you're buying. If I'm buying, it's like when I say about buying a can of Coke, I know what value it brings to me as a drink, as a thirst quencher, whatever. As I buy a business, I want to know what does that business earn and will it be bigger in the future? Is it going to grow and then give me a return on my investment? It's simple as that, really. But I believe that Coca-Cola has a good future. I believe that the price will go up. And if I'm right, and after the rally, we go sideways, which I think we will on the S&P next year because we've had such a good year. Remember, we talk about it, depending on how you calculate, between 10 and 13% a year is the average. We've had a great run this year, nearly 30% or something like 28%, whatever. That doesn't mean to say, the average is like 10 to 13. So on that basis, the next year, we could be flat. And the year after, we could be flat because it just all balances out. So I think because Coca-Cola because remember, it's not a volatile stock. It dropped more than it typically does. To me, that was an obvious buy.
Yeah, it's not like a Tesla that's very volatile. I mean,
No.
Tesla goes up, down so quick.
Yeah, you see, now my home is the S&P. I can live on the S&P. That's my house. Live in there forever. Forget it. Go away. 30 years. I'm up. I'm great. I've got a pension, right? That's basically what we're doing here, right? If I'm trading, it's only on my IRA, tax-free. Otherwise, it just does not make sense long term. Short term, it does, but not long term. If I'm trading on the IRA, I'm only going to buy businesses because of a macro condition, looking at the news, looking at what's going on, blah, 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 but also a company I can own forever. Even though there are bigger swings in Tesla and bigger swings in Google and Microsoft and yada, yada, yada. If I do that, I'll be back like I was a couple of years ago, and I'll end up being down because you won't, some trades will win, some trades won't. I have to know if I'm going to sell all the S&P and take 28,000, which it is now, and go, boom, I'm going to buy Coca-Cola. I have to be up. I cannot lose. Like, remember I said yesterday, the focus is not losing money as opposed to making money. Running to chase and make money is risky. Making sure you don't lose money is a much more sensible option, because if you don't lose money, and you never lose money, and I never lose money since I rebalanced my portfolio this year, I've never lost on a trade. I don't lose money. Every trade wins. You always go up, because inflation, printing money, which is we don't like, but inflation and adding more money to the system means money is devalued, but money goes up as well. Markets grow. Right? So your $10 becomes 12, 14, 16, 18 because of inflation. Now, yes, you've not gained any buying power by just doing that, but your money is going up. That's the difference. That's why investing is so good compared to leaving it in the bank. Because if you leave it in the bank, your money's going down, 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 down to zero eventually. Whereas if you just buy a stock you can leave it in, like the S&P, for example, you are going to win no matter what happens, because inflation and printing money just dictates your price is going to go up. Now, whether you've got more money to buy stuff is different, because your buying powers, it's just, it hasn't necessarily gained, but your portfolio is growing. Your belief, your mind structure is, I'm growing. My portfolio is going up, going up, going up. So when I trade, I have to buy something with that mindset, that if I get stuck in this trade for 3 months, I'm not going to sell for a loss. There's no reason for me to do that, especially when there's no tax advantage on the IRA. It's just silly. And the only reason why I might sell for a loss is if I had the belief that even though I'm down 2% right now, as I am, on Coca-Cola, the S&P is about to go up 50%. So it's worth losing 2 to get back in 50, right? But no one knows that, and that would be speculative in gambling. So that is another reason why I wouldn't buy DJT, which could go up and down today by 100%, or I wouldn't buy Tesla. I want to know that I'm never losing money, because if I never lose money just on inflation alone and dividends and so on, my portfolio is going to keep rising. And as I keep putting more money in from my income and so on, I'm never going to lose. And that, to me, makes me feel good.
I wouldn't buy nothing anyway on today, how volatile the stock market was. Look at yesterday, how volatile the stock market. I look at the chart on mine yesterday. It was like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, it just
no one knows where we're going right now. We're in a parking zone. We're just in and out, in and out. Everyone's a lot of that. I mean, people are watching that. You can't win those trades. And I actually did this when I was on holiday. I actually tried to do this. I was doing overnight trading. You could tell that because some of the posts you would comment at 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought, bloody hell, he's up early. Because I
was awake at 4 o'clock because I wake up and look at what time it is. I see a post on there. Okay, let me do that and go right back to sleep.
Saw you posting because I was moving around. I was in different parts of the world. I was moving all over the place, and I was in different time zones. And it was funny because you were commenting at 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. I thought, bloody hell, he should be in bed. But overnight, the S&P and several other stocks are trading on Robinhood. You can access them 24/7, 5 days a week. But you don't always get the price you want. You can put if you put a limit order in, let's say it's at $100 and you put 99 because you think I'll put 99 because I want the trade to go through, because there has to be that little room for maneuver, as we all know. If you put the exact number until it moves a bit, there's no money for the market maker, right? And that's how it works. So if you put 99 during the day, right now, you'll get it. You'll get it. You could virtually put the same price because you'll get it. But if you overnight, I did a couple, and it was interesting because I put just below. I'm prepared to pay just below where it is, or just above, so it would go through. That's what I meant to say. And it wouldn't go through because what was happening during the night, it's swinging like that. And Robinhood is showing you kind of an average price. It's just here. That isn't actually where it is. And I did a test. I bought, I think, a share of McDonald's or S&P. I forget which one it was. But I did it as a manual buy, which always goes through. I just went buy, right? And it was it was about 5 or 6% either side of that price, because that's where that's what the bids were. That's where people were actually bidding and asking. That's where they were. It wasn't on what was on the screen. So you've got to be very careful. If you are doing overnight trading on Robinhood, put your limit order in. That's what you're going to pay. No problem at all. But don't expect it to go through, because it might be a lot higher than that. And you're not in at that price. So I did discover that, but yeah.
Usually I do the overnight. I do put in my limit order in, but I just let it set and ride. And by the morning time, you usually bill out 50% or more.
Oh yeah, yeah, you could do that. But because I was trying to get in and get out, I wanted to just grab that. Like the McDonald's, the McDonald's one was very quick. It was within a couple of minutes. I made and I did it a couple of times. It went down 4%. It went up 2%. I sold. I bought back the S&P because it was down and did that. I did 19 trades in the end, backwards and forwards. But yeah, I won't do it. I won't do it on a stock that I can't just forget and own forever. I can own McDonald's forever. I can own Coca-Cola forever. But Tesla, yeah, in the future might be brilliant. But it could also go down 50% next week, and it might stay down there for 6 months. That's no good. Because as the S&P has continued to rally and go up and up and up, I'm sitting there waiting for my Tesla trade to come out, and so it's kind of I'm not prepared to do that. So
I always have learned that don't be married into your investment, because they don't have no loyalty to you. They can go up and down any way you want to. You gotta make sure you making your money. You don't make your money, then what's the use of even investing? Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I hear that sentiment a lot. People say, I love my Tesla. It always scares me when they say, I love, what do you mean you love your Tesla car that you bought, that you polish and you drive around and stick in your garage? Yeah, I get that. But you love your Tesla stock. That's a very dangerous sentiment. Because the stock doesn't know you own it. It doesn't care. It's not even a real thing. Yes, it's a real thing. You own a piece of a business, but the piece of the business that you own is so insignificant. You have no say, no control. When you say you love something, if I'm Elon Musk and I own a big share of Tesla, I have a say in it. It's my company. If I sell it, it goes down. If I buy it, it goes up. That's my business. If we sell it, bugger all happens.
You don't have to say. You just got to say something negative or positive about it. It goes up and down. I mean,
exactly.
Exactly. Just like when he does Dogecoin for crypto. If you say something good about Dogecoin, it's going to go up. If you say something bad,
I'm glad you've mentioned Dogecoin. I'm glad you've mentioned crypto, because that's even worse. There are people who say, I love my XRP. I love my Binky Bonk, like it's their best mate. That's a very dangerous thing, to love a crypto coin. That's even worse than a stock. At least a stock has a premises and stock, and it sells something. But if you turn around and say, I like investing in XRP or Bitcoin, I see a future for it, that's great, brilliant. That's a financial reason. But if you say that you love your Bitcoin, you love your XRP, like it's this physical thing that sits and smiles at you every day, that's a very dangerous human sentiment and get you in a lot of trouble, I think.
I mean, okay, all these people in the chat, do they invest in crypto? Will you stay in crypto through what is going to be the 2025 bull run? And after that, it's supposed to be bear market in 2026, will you sell for a profit or will you stay in? I mean, what happened? It dropped 50, 70%. I mean, you lose all that money in the bear market. I know what I'm doing with my crypto. When it start going up, I'm going to put it, all right, I'm going to take this amount out. I'm going to take this amount out on this percentage, this amount. And when I'm all out, I'm all out. I'm not waiting. You can't time the top. You can't time the top on anything. You just got to ride the wave when it gets there, be out of it, and watch it just crash back down.
I'm glad you mentioned that as well. Time in the top. When I was trading McDonald's, Enphase Energy, I did Enphase Energy as well. Coca-Cola and the S&P, you were commenting to me and about chasing and this and the other. And I was also saying that I'm purposely not trying to catch the bottom or the top, because everybody else on the charts is trying to do that. Mm-hmm. They're all going to go, we're going to sell it here. This is the top. So I go, I'll sell it for $5 less than that then. I'm okay down here because I want to get out and take my 2% profit. As long as I'm making money and I'm not losing money, I'm always winning. But if you're going to wait for the top and go, I want to sell Bitcoin at 100, can you imagine when Bitcoin hits 100,000? How many people are going to dump at 100,000? If I was in Bitcoin, which I'm not, and I never will be again. I made my money. I'm done with it. That's it. If I was in Bitcoin and I was at 99,000, I'd be out. I'd be out as quick as you can say Jack Robinson, because not everyone, but a lot of people will dump at 100. Psychologically, they'll go, everyone else is going to sell, so I'm going to sell. I don't want to be that. I don't want to get to 100,000 and it go down to 50,000. Feel all right, idiot.
Before you get to 100,000, it got to get through the resistance of 70K. I mean, it broke it a couple times, but it never went above high enough to come back. It broke right back through 70K. That's the resistance, 70K. As soon as that break through 70K and bounce off 70K a couple times, that one is going to go up. I mean, what people are doing is, all right, you're going up to 70K. I made some money. It's going to drop back down to 69. I sell up here. Buy down here, it's minimum. Just how much money you got. Yeah, you get minimum shares, but after a while, they add up. The minimum amount of tokens you get or shares, whatever you want to call it, does add up in the time.
Isn't it a shame that you can't buy crypto on an IRA tax free?
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Yeah. What kind of profit you be making?
I might even do it. If I could do that on my IRA, 70, 68, 70, 68 over and over again, I would be doing that. I probably would do that, actually, because that's virtually a given. But, you can't.
In my Roth IRA, I'm up 12%. My traditional, I'm up 22%. But my brokerage account, I'm up 50%.
Yeah.
I mean,
I sold Bitcoin at 128% profit. I think it was 15,000, something like that, and I got to 70, and I thought there's a lot of resistance around at 70. It just doesn't want to. I mean, people tell me that the bull market starts next year and stuff like that. And as soon as you start telling me stuff like that about there's a bull market gonna start, like it's scheduled, like it's like one of my shows, it's scheduled out, the summer of 2025, guaranteed 100% bull market. To me, that just smacks of rubbish and nonsense. I got to be honest. I know that's how it works, but that doesn't make sense to me. Because
that's how I was when I first started. When I first heard about crypto, I said, "What kind of crazy stuff is this?" You got you got bull run, you got accumulation period, and blah blah blah. A Bitcoin halving, then bull run. I said, "Oh, I never heard that kind of stuff before."
It makes no sense because you're sitting around waiting. We've all agreed. In the summer of 25, it's all going to go up to $1 million. So we're all going to buy it then. Well, if it's going to go up in the summer of 25, guaranteed $1 million, we're going to go up and up and up and up. Why doesn't everyone buy it now? Because you buy it at a better price. Because if everybody bought it now, it would go up to $1 million. If everyone just suddenly bought and bought and bought and bought like crazy, it would go up. Well, why don't we just do it now then? No. We've got to wait till next year. Why? What are we waiting for? Is iPhone going to bring out a new phone and sell more phones, make more money? Yeah. Well, what is Bitcoin doing between now and then? Is it just not making any money for anybody? We're just sitting and waiting. That just is the most ridiculous argument to buy crypto I've ever heard. And the moment I heard that, I thought, I can't be doing this. This isn't a business. This is just an event. We're waiting for an event to happen. But why can't the event happen today? What am I waiting for? I didn't understand.
See, look, these retail investors waiting for crypto to go up are doing it wrong, because look at the institutionals, BlackRock. You got MicroStrategy, the number one holder of Bitcoin, or number two now behind BlackRock. Vanguard's getting involved with their ETFs. I mean, all these institutional getting into Bitcoin. I mean, there's only 21 million supposed to be mined. What happened when it's all gone? You won't be able to trade it.
Yeah, it'll just go up and up and up and up, won't it? Until someone says, I've got enough money now. I don't know. What's enough? When does BlackRock go with selling everything?
Yeah, I mean, they are the largest asset company in the world. I mean,
a lot of good stocks are like that. If you look at Coca-Cola, I think 70% institutional.
Mm-hmm.
So the same thing. A handful of businesses could go, we're selling all of Coca-Cola tomorrow. Boom. You imagine if they all got together in a room and said that. They could. They could say, hey lads, right? We bought this at 1 cent a share. Back in the day, they would have done whatever it would have been, right? We've made billions of percent. Coca-Cola is a great business, isn't it? Yep. It's going to continue solid. Yep. Shall we all agree to sell it right now? Yeah, let's do it. All of us sell it right now. The stock would go woomph. They could buy it back and it go right back up again.
Well, way I see Berkshire Hathaway, they're all complaining that they're selling their shares and getting a big cash pile. But this company own these shares forever. I mean, 40, 30 years they have owned these shares. I mean, they making a killing off the profit. Why not sell at these prices? And you own a share for 30, 40 years. I mean, yeah. All right, they're going to find something else new to invest in down the road. They can make them more money. Why sit on something when you don't need to, when you already made that money after 30, 40 years? Some of us just starting out in investing don't have that luxury. We have to buy when we can.
Let's go and look at the comments. Great interview today. Really appreciate it. Stephen Lewandowski, thanks, Mike. Jerry and Elba, thanks, Mike. Enjoyed Mike's contribution today. So I can buy the dip. Which dip's that? I want a crash.
You want a crash?
Well, I've got about $57,000 worth of buying power left using my margin. With the rates going down tomorrow, 0.25, I wouldn't mind a little bit of a crash today. Buy another 10 shares at the S&P.
I see maybe after the election, maybe tomorrow morning, just because they all going to sell before what the Fed says, get stuff down, and whatever the Fed says, then it will go back up after 1, 2 o'clock. Or it could do the opposite. It might go up, and Fed might not decide to hold, and it go crashing after that. I mean, we don't know what the Fed going to do.
Charles Kahee, I hear the hypocrite's argument, understand it. One day I asked myself this question. If someone based their religious beliefs on me, I would be their excuse to never attend. That's a good one. Or buy your own roller coaster. I could buy my own roller. If I bought my own roller coaster, Stacey Bailey, it would be a nice, gentle slope. A little bit of a whoosh, a little bit of a gentle, bit of a turn. Yeah, it'd be nice. Like a red flume.
I don't have time money buying roller coaster. They are expensive. They're going to run about 10 to 15 million for a small one.
Yeah, I wasn't really going to buy one fight. It's probably millions. Probably millions.
It's 10 to 15 million for a small one. You look at 25 million. And 25 million for a big one.
And you need a bit of grass to put it on. It wouldn't fit in my back garden.
No.
I don't know how big your garden is. DJT, up 13%. Hello? Yeah, I'm watching it right now. Yeah. Thanks, Stephen. It's so great to listen to you on a day like today. You keep me relaxed and optimistic about the future. He's talking about me, not you, Zach. You're stressing him out. It's me he's relaxed to. Rubbish Crypto says, Mike, he don't like it. He's done with it. Tesla were pioneers, but other manufacturers have learned from them and are much better quality now. In 5 years of trading, I learned it's smarter to trade more often. I now trade for smaller gains, live and learn every day, being a better investor. What do you think of that? Can you agree that Tesla, Bitcoin, and DJT be raised if Trump is elected? I don't. Honestly, folks,
He did say Trump did say he was later he's gonna put Elon Musk on his
I don't believe any
cabinet.
of it. He ain't gonna happen.
Cabinet.
I don't believe that for a minute. Remember, it has to get through all the different rules and regulations and Congress, and I don't think Elon Musk really wants to do that. I like Elon Musk for what he's done, but he does make up a few. He does stretch the truth a bit. He does exaggerate. Is he really going to stop his SpaceX to spend time working for the government? He'll get so fed up with that because at SpaceX he kind of does what he wants. If he works for the government, he's got rules to follow. He can't just do what he wants. I'm doing this. Even Donald Trump can't do what he wants. He can say now, I'm going to do all this and that and the other. But when it comes to it, you can't just do what you want. You know, you're not a communist leader. I mean, even Vladimir Putin can't do everything he wants in his country, and he's a communist leader. So I don't think Elon Musk is going to do that. But anyway, can I agree that Tesla, Bitcoin, and DJT be raised if Trump is elected? Well, it could. Yeah, but remember, Trump Media and Technology Group as a business, and I've shown you the analysis. I've shown you the balance sheet. I've shown you the numbers. I've shown you the debt position. Blah blah blah. It doesn't produce anything. It's a popularity contest at the moment. It's a stock going up and down to make individual traders money, and of course, for everyone that makes money, someone loses money. That's how it works. But once he wins, the business then has to win, right? Because what you do, just keep buying it forever just because he's the president. What's the point of that? I mean, it's like buying T-shirts and hats. I've already got a MAGA hat. Now I'm going to buy another one. I mean, what's the point? And how many hats do you want? It ain't going to keep going up because at some point someone's going to go, it's overbought. It's overbought now, but it's overbought. I'm taking my profit. The business has to report an earnings, but it doesn't do earnings because it doesn't trade, doesn't do anything. It's a holding company waiting to buy some future business. That's what it is. Well, when's it going to do that future business? I don't know. No one knows. So will it keep going up? Maybe. I'm not going to buy it. That's just gambling. I'm an investor making sure I don't lose money. So no, I don't think DJT is a good idea. Bitcoin, how can Donald Trump control Bitcoin? The idea of Bitcoin is it's decentralized. No one can control it other than BlackRock, perhaps, if they dump all their stock, dump all their coins. But I don't see how Donald Trump can make Bitcoin go up. Do you? Fight?
Well, he did say he's going to use some of the Treasury money to buy some to boost up our dollar with it. Because our dollar's not backed by nothing. I mean, it used to be the gold standard back in back in the 70s, and then that got erased in 71. I mean, you know something about DJT? I mean, somebody could buy 30 hats. You know, have 30 different hats. Like you got 30 different ties now.
Yeah. What do you think? So yesterday it was pink. Today it's yellow. I had to really think today. Don't put a red or a blue one on. People will go, oh. I thought yellow. That's pretty good, isn't it? Yellow. It's kind of in the middle, isn't it? So anyway, I want to say one more thing. Everything changes, and it's up to us to agree with or disagree. I agree, Mike. Oh, by the way, Mike or anyone, the phone lines are open. I think we're going to do an all-day, 24-hour special, stay on air all through the night. If that happens, I won't literally be here. I'll leave the poll on the screen, and because if Leah would go, Leah's already told me, you're not going all through the night. We have to have a dinner, sit down, watch the telly. Because it could go all night, all through the night, all early morning, and then tomorrow we got the FOMC report. I would literally be sat in this chair for like 36 hours. That ain't happening. Right?
Yeah, but no things on the telly is election.
Might as well watch it here then.
Yeah. I mean, ain't no TV shows on, except if you want to watch it on Disney Plus or Hulu, all that good stuff, you know.
Yeah. Can everybody vote, please, on the screen? There's the poll. Trump's winning. We've got 25 votes. There's 273 votes in the poll in the chat. 81 watching, 68 likes. It look obviously people don't want to sort of be open about who they're voting for. That's what's killing it, I think. But never mind, do it anyway. If you want to vote, all you do is you go ! As I've explained at the top, it's pinned to the top. ! The word vote, VOTE, space, a T or a H. That's it. Have your say. Don't sit here and say you can't have your say. You can have your say. So
what's the difference in voting here and then going to and vote at the place? Because at the election, going to be public knowledge anyways.
I know. I don't know. I've never understood that. One thing I found when I came to America, fight. This is I'll take it off the screen. We'll come back to it in a minute. We'll see if we get any more votes. I like asking questions because if you ask questions, you learn stuff, right? And in England, people ask each other more questions than they do here. And when I first came here, I used to ask people because I had no idea, right? I said, I'd say things like, how much is this house? They went, you can't ask people how much their house costs. Well, it's not American. You can't ask it. Well, I just want to, it doesn't matter whether it's 100 million, 1 million or $1. Just so I know. It doesn't make me like the person less, like them more, think they're great because they got £1 million house. It doesn't mean anything. It's just so I know that this house is $1 million.
I mean, you go online and find out either way.
Exactly, I can find out anyway. It's not a secret. Exactly. How much was your new iPhone? Can't ask that. Well, it's about $1,000, isn't it? They're all $1,000. You know, I don't understand it. And so I started doing that, and she told me off. You can't do that. In England, you can ask anyone anything. Just, whatever. It seems like you don't talk about age. I don't know. It's like Leah's mum, obviously, is older than we are, right? And I said to her at Christmas, I said, we're talking about getting old. And she's like, not old. I went, you're 80. What age is old? Of course you're old. I'm old. I'm 55. You can't say that. Well, if you're 100, are you old at 100? I mean, at what point are you? You're not young, are you? But anyway, I like to have an honest conversation. So if you are supporting Trump, say you're supporting Trump. It doesn't mean you're a bad person or a good person. If you support Harris, say you support Harris. I don't, because the show has to be mutual. The show has to be impartial. If I said I'm a Trump supporter, or I'm a Harris supporter, then I might have half the audience like me and hate me, and then the show would become an opinionated show like CNN or Fox. Well, that's no good. I don't want that. I could do that if I wanted to. I could I'm going to be pro-Trump or pro-Harris, but I don't really want to do that. I just want to have everybody talking about everything, not just one-sided. But you can. You're in the audience. You can say what you like. Doesn't matter, does it? Anyway. So it's better to forgive. Well, fight. I'll put this to you earlier. Do you agree with what I said earlier? When I said about Donald Trump, when he commented after Rubio got on the stage and said, breaking news, Joe Biden has said all Trump supporters are garbage, right? Now, we can argue, did he mean supporter as in the comedian who said the joke? Did he mean supporters as he means all of his supporters, like all the comedians, or did he mean the audience, that half of America? Doesn't matter what you believe what you want, that's fine. However, just notice the VIX has gone down, which means the markets are going up. Anyway, he decided to go and he decided to put the high vis on, pretend to drive the truck, 'cause he can't really drive a truck, obviously, he hasn't got a license, but did the whole garbage thing and try to imply that the Democratic Party hate half of America. So he's going with the hate, he's going with the division, whatever. Do you not agree with what I said earlier? It could have been a winning moment if he decided to be sort of, the opposite of that and say, I'm sure he didn't mean to offend half the country. I'm sure that's not what he meant. I'm sure he meant the comedian, not the population of America. Do you not think he could have won more love and support? Because the people that love you already are either going to love you and go, he's being really nice to the Democrats. He's even nicer than we thought he was. Or they're going to go, well, we love you anyway. Whatever he does, he's got them anyway. Whereas the people on the other side might come over and might think, oh, he's apologizing for our president, and he's saying maybe he made a mistake. He's being consolatory. He's being forgiving. He's being understanding. He's being presidential. Do you not think you can win more by being nice and choosing the positive than the negative? Like I use the argument, all this bombing that's going on in Gaza and Ukraine, all the children of the dead parents are the future terror. Not everybody, but they're the future haters of the enemy. That's how it goes. Mm-hmm. That's how it goes. If you drop a bomb on Ukraine and you kill all my family, I'm not going to like the enemy. And if you're constantly being negative, saying the enemy, the Democrats, I'm using this as an example, are horrible, you're not going to win anything. You're just going to, excite the people that already love you, but the ones that don't like the controversy will go off you anyway. You could have won more by... Do you get what I'm saying? Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, he'd been nice, but that's not the way Donald Trump runs. He let his ego get to him. I mean, that's all to it. I mean, he think he's running... Well, he think he want to run the country like he did the first time, run it as a business. It's not a business. You need to look at overall thing. I mean, who paid all the taxes? I mean, not the upper class don't. They don't pay barely any taxes. And he want to give them pay cuts. I mean, shouldn't the middle class and lower class, get help? I mean, one thing is, they're not talking about the main thing, the debt crisis. How many times have we almost shut down our government because they can't figure out a solution? Oh, yeah. We're going to 3 months, and we come back in 3 months, we're going to put the Band-Aid on it.
I never understand that. When I watch that on the news and it says, today we're in danger of, the government shutting down, I've never heard that. We don't have that in England. That's ridiculous. You've got the budget, you've got how much money you've got, and that's what you work with. We've run out of money again, and I'm going to go on strike, and I'm not going to do my job tomorrow. I mean, what? It's bloody ridiculous. And what is going on with that?
The funny thing is, when does it happen? Around November, December, when they want to shut down the government. Dang on, Congress and them are on vacation most of the time during these 2 months. You got Thanksgiving time, they on a week and a half. Oh, we go back to work for 2 weeks. Oh, we're off for till the beginning of the year. Start up about the middle of January, back up, work 100 days, take vacation again.
It's stupid. I don't get it. I never understood it. We got a discussion here about age. We won't know the results for at least 2 weeks. Well, I'm not going to be live for 2 bloody weeks every day.
It could be longer than 2 weeks.
Oh God. Not young, are you? Laugh my ass off. I think that's what it is. Not young, are you? No, I'm 55. I am officially middle-aged, 55? That's middle-aged to old age, isn't it? 55?
Well, back in the day, 55 used to be a senior citizen. Now it's like 65 before you ain't even a senior citizen.
Okay, that's good then. So I'm sort of I'm middling. Could you look at IMMR? Done a super chat earlier. Thank you. Iberian Wolf. Yes, I will look at it for you. Thank you for reminding me. I'll put it in the favorites. We're not doing reviews at the moment. I've said yesterday there's no reviews until I've done the last couple. After the election, I'll be doing more reviews. But I will look at the stock for you. I've just saved it. So Iberian Wolf, I will do that. Thank you. 60 is the youth of old age. Stephen Lewandowski. 60 is the youth of old age. Does it make whatever makes you feel better, Stephen? If that makes you feel better to say that, you say it, mate. I'm right with you. Yep. You're a teenager. 60? Absolutely. I'm not old. Yeah, you are. Everyone here, Mike, you are the oldest. No doubt about it. This is why you've gone through a late life crisis with the glasses. You're always wearing those bloody glasses. I don't know what's wrong with you. But anyway, are they prescription or something? I thought Justin Trudeau was bad. Oh, well. I thought Justin Trudeau was bad.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Who is he?
Justin Trudeau. What do you mean, who is he? Do you know who he is? Bit of general knowledge for you. Justin Trudeau is the Prime Minister of Canada.
Oh.
You don't have to know that as an American, really, to be fair. You know, I don't know the president of... I'm trying to think of one I don't know, actually, because I know a few. I don't know who the president of Afghanistan is. There you go. I don't know that one. So
No, because they're ran by Taliban now.
Run by Taliban. There you go. Mr. Taliban. That's probably the answer. Anyway, cool. Thank you, Martyn. I think it will do better than Coca-Cola. Okay, I should have a look in a second then. Thank you. Good God, says Mike. No. Yeah. Old is when you are decrepit. Well, you kind of are, Mike. I mean, have you seen yourself? He looks in a mirror. I bet Mike looks in a mirror and he sees something very different than we all do. Right? He looks in a mirror. He sees his 18-year-old self. That's why he wears the glasses. He looks in a mirror and he sees an 18-year-old self. He doesn't see what we see. Obviously, if he did,
trying to be a rock star.
Trying to be a rock star. Yeah, he thinks he's like Bono or someone with his sunglasses on. He's shocking as a prime minister is Trudeau. Stiff competition incoming from Starmer. Oh, here we go. We're trying to find the world's worst prime ministers and presidents. Okay, so who have we got? Who are the world's worst presidents? Who are the world's...
Putin.
Putin? Yeah, I can't imagine he's pretty good, is he? Yeah, he wouldn't be very popular. Who are the world's worst? Genghis Khan would be right up there. He's a mass murderer, right? If we're going to go down that road. Genghis Khan. Julius Caesar killed millions. Pol Pot. Hitler, yeah. Hitler killed a few people. I think Pol Pot killed more. He was the Cambodian president. And I think there was many millions massacred. Anyway, at least Donald Trump or Harris isn't likely to go around killing anybody. Let's assume. I mean, everyone's saying, there are people saying Adolf Hitler and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I haven't, we've seen a lot of stuff going on with Trump and Harris, but I've not seen Adolf Hitler behavior yet from anybody. Adolf Hitler, we shall see, shall we? Apparently, if Trump wins, I don't know if this is true or not. What do you think of this fight? Apparently, if Trump wins, day one, it's always day one, he's rounding up all the illegal immigrants and shipping them all back to Mexico. I can't see that happening on day one or any day, personally. No. But what do you think of that? I don't know. No. We shall see.
Not on day one. It would take a while to...
Anyway, it didn't happen in the last 4 years.
No. He didn't get the wall up. What are you talking about?
We shall see.
Got about, maybe a mile, 2 mile worth of wall put up? Even that?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Oh my, says Mike. Yes, I see perfection. I knew it. See, I knew it. He looks in the mirror and he sees himself very differently. Here we go. MSK's here. We got a phone line. Anybody want to phone in? Let me give the link. This is very popular today. People are loving this. People are staying with me. So I'm thinking, more of this. More of Fight Channel. People love it. More of you, Fight.
I was looking at this IMMR stock. I mean, it was good beginning of the year, then it ran up to like August. Now it's just downtrending.
I'll have a look in a minute.
I mean,
there's the link to call in. You have to be a member to call in, and you have to pay $500. Fight Channel sent me $500 earlier. So if you want to be live on,
I don't need I got it saved.
If you want to be on the show. If you want to be on the show, you've got to be a member, you've got to be on camera, and you can be live for our election special. You can be with us all day. There's the link in the chat, martynlucas.com/live. The password is LucasAids, uppercase L, uppercase A, 100. You don't need any devices, any equipment. I take care of all of that. All you got to do is click that in your browser and it works. Just go, yes, 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 okay. I accept all the terms and conditions, which is there. That's what you got to do. Send me $20 as well.
This for Stacy for her bets that I'll call in.
What's going on? I missed
Stacy
that.
put in when you first say that the phone lines are open. She said, I beg Fight Channel will call in for $20. I waited for a half an hour before I called in.
There you go. There you go. We're running a poll. Let me put the poll on the screen. Right, we've got 25 votes now. If you want to vote in our poll, in the chat, very, very easy. Just go into the chat and vote Trump or Harris. See, there you go. If you want Harris, bing, 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 you go exclamation mark, vote, space, H. And if you want Trump, bing, 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 right? Then you can do the same thing. Exclamation mark, vote, space, and followed by the word T for Trump. Okay. We've got another phone call. We got a guest calling in. Let me clear the poll just for the minute. We've got Christopher Shaw. Christopher Shaw is with us. One of our members is calling in. Let me bring him on the screen. How are you, Christopher Shaw?
I'm good. Are you?
I'm well. Where are you calling in from?
Cloudy Rugby.
In Rugby, in the UK.
Yeah.
Big day today on the election. What's your thoughts? What's going on from an Englishman's point of view?
I'm sorry, it's not the best camera angle. I would say if I was a US citizen, my girlfriend says the same as well. We'd have voted for Trump. I just identify. I'm not a Trump super fan. I just think his style of politics and the Republicans at large is where my loyalties would lie if I was a US citizen.
There you go. What do I say, folks? An Englishman calls in and he tells you who he's voting for. He don't mess around. He's not pretending. He's straight. I would vote for Trump. There you go. I love it. Okay, so obviously in the UK it makes no difference. But you'd prefer a Trump supporter? Oh, hello. Oh, you voted.
I think.
Hang on. I got a sticker, Christopher. Leah has just been and voted. She's left it to the last minute, right? She's voted and she's got me a sticker. I voted. There you go. So I didn't vote, but my wife did.
I'd have to disagree with you on that. I think the UK does get heavily influenced by the US of A, good, bad, or indifferent. So I do think it really matters for us. We're a strong economy, strong country, but USA is a global powerhouse. So I definitely think it has an impact.
Christopher, I know. I just said it so you would give me a reason to talk about. See, it's being a good interviewer.
Devil's advocate.
Yeah, I'm getting you to give me great content, see? If I said it had nothing to do with it, you go, well, there's nothing to say, is there then?
No.
How are you today anyway? You feeling well?
I'm good. Yeah, not too shabby. I've had a couple of days off, so just back at work today, as you can probably tell. So
I'm just seeing you've been a member now for 1 month. Just got your 1 month badge.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I had a little break over your period, so I was one of those 4 that gave up their membership. I'm afraid to say.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm back though. I'm back. So
well, you could be forgiven then. So it's fair enough to cancel it when I'm away. I mean, I wouldn't have paid for it. I mean, what's the go? Nothing. It's like, what's the point? Paying for a subscription for a channel that's not even on.
There's a lot of people better than me though. That in fairness, they've stayed.
There were most people better than you, if I'm honest. Yeah, I'm just trying to be nice to you, though. I don't want to upset you. Most people were nicer than you. In fact, 99% of people were nicer than you. But that's okay. You got to have somebody. You got to have someone cancel it, ain't you? Just to test it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the sort of person then who you have Netflix, you take a week's holiday, and then you cancel it for a week and then come back. Is that what you do? Or is it just my channel? Just my channel you do that?
Well, I have learned a lot from you in terms of efficiency. I don't know if I should have gone as far as I did with your membership, but
sensible.
Yeah, I would say that.
Sensible. Because you took that $3 and invested it in the stock market. That's sensible.
Well, I
like that.
Yeah, but I've sold all my shares. I think I put in a comment. I've gone into the self-invested pension plan.
Self-invested an ISA then?
It's called a SIP.
It's
a UK. Yeah, so the government basically they contribute 25% of any of your investments. Typically, it's in a equity trade fund, ETF. Yeah, you've got quite a few reputable places like Vanguard, Hargreaves Lansdown, places like that.
How is that different
Fidelity.
than an ISA?
So the first 25% that you draw down at age 55, it'll be 57 in the next few years, 2028, is tax-free. And then the rest you pay tax on, but you're getting a 25% contribution at the start from the government. So you're getting your tax back in effect. So over the course of all the compounding and 20, 30 years of investing, or however long you have, it's much more tax efficient. That's my understanding anyway. I've literally just
that makes
come across
sense.
it.
That makes sense. Is that a new thing, or has that been going around forever?
I think it's just not very well known. I'll be honest, I only found out about it 48 hours ago, Martin. So
I'm going to
this
look
is
into
the direction I've gone. Yeah, I don't
That
know if
sounds
you can
good.
do it in the US of A. I doubt it, but I suppose you get exposure being a UK citizen over there, though. I don't know.
I am a UK citizen, have a UK address, have a national insurance number, Lloyd's bank account. I have everything that you have, and I have it in the US. Just showing off. I've got 2
Yeah, you got
lives.
the dual.
I've got what you've got times 2.
Yeah, I'm very envious.
It's very confusing. You don't want what you don't want it. Focus on one country and just stay there. It's much easier. I got married to an American, so everything got more complicated. It wasn't out of choice, right? But no, because I have dual, I don't have dual citizenship because I'm not a citizen of the US yet. I'm a green card holder.
Yeah,
but because I pay tax in America, which is obviously where I'm working and paying on YouTube, earning money, I don't earn money in the UK. Because of that, there is a agreement between the two nations. So you can't kind of like scam it. You can't go, well, I'll have a bit of both. Because I looked at it the other day and I thought, hang on a minute, can I get myself an ISA in the UK, which is 20,000 or a SEP now?
20K, yeah.
I'm going to look at that. I thought, that's good, isn't it? So I got my Roth over here maxed out, and now I'll max out. No, because if you pay tax in America, there's an agreement that you can't have both. You can have both, but the tax advantages aren't going to be as good as they would be if you just, like that they are for you. So
I think it might be different with a SIP. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll look into that now. I'll look into that now and
Definitely.
see how that goes. But when you stood up there, is that Royal Mail?
Yeah.
I thought I recognised the good old Royal Mail.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a bit worn out, but
on the other side. There it is.
There we go.
Now, let me just tell everybody how good this is compared to the US Postal Office, right? Right, we've got a real service here. Are you a postman?
That's a bit more flattering. I am indeed, yeah.
Right. Okay. Now I'm going to do a little bit of promotion for you now, mate. This man here, he's not like the US Postal Office. This man here, he's a postman. What this man here does is he turns up at your house, walks up to the front door with your letter, and he puts it through the letterbox. That is the Royal Mail, King and Queen and country and all the rest of it. Let me tell you, in America, what happens, mate, Christopher, is they can't be bothered.
We've got boxes everywhere.
At the end of your garden, there's a mailbox, and there's a bloke or a woman in a little electric, like it's like a golf cart, and it goes past the mailbox, and he sticks it in the mailbox. He can't be asked to get out, walk up the footpath, put it for the letterbox. No one's got a letterbox. They got mailboxes at the end of the garden. You have to go out and get your own post. In England,
where do your parcels come from? Are they all UPS, FedEx, all the private companies?
Yeah, UPS, Parcel Force. UPS is what Amazon use, and Amazon, and they drop everything at the front door.
Yeah, I ordered something for UPS on a Wednesday one particular week, and then the Thursday evening it arrived, or Tuesday night UK time, and then by Thursday midday I had it. It was magic. Like 36 hours from the States to the UK.
We've even got in America. It can be even better than that. You can order something. I've ordered something at midnight on Amazon, and it's outside my front door at 4 a.m.
Oh no, we get that there, but I'm just making the point: the flight time and everything. All things considered, to get it from America all the way
Oh,
across because
sorry,
this
from
item was
America
in an
to you.
American warehouse.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's amazing.
So yeah, it was. But yeah, no. I suppose they have all those big mailboxes now, do they? Those big sort of collection boxes for some addresses.
We
So they're
do have
not.
that in some places. Obviously, everywhere. America's different to England because it's like, different states are like different countries, not like different countries as they are in Europe, but they have different rules. So it's not like in England it's all the same everywhere. Whereas California's got different rules to Texas, to New York, and blah blah blah. But I do like it that the postman walks up the footpath and he puts a letterbox through your front door. Here, he's lazy. He sticks at the end of the garden. You have to go out and
I
get
do
it.
over 30,000 steps a day. So yeah, I'm
It
not
keeps you
afforded
fit, doesn't
that
it, mate?
laziness.
Keeps you fit.
Yeah, yeah.
And we can ask you, because you're the man to ask. Obviously, everybody's been watching on the news recently. There's a big scandal, wasn't there, with the postal service, wasn't there? People got in all sorts of bother and trouble.
Yeah, they're just paying out now, haven't they? Out of the newest budget. So yeah, that's all taking effect now. Did you get to see ITV over there?
Yeah, I see ITV here as well in America.
Yeah. Have you watched it, Mr. Bates versus the Post Office? It brought a tear to
I
my
haven't,
eyes
but I've
more
heard
than
about
once.
it. Yeah, I've heard about it.
It's brilliant, mate. You should definitely give it a go over Christmas or when you get some downtime, which is probably never now. But
no, I'm back on it now. I'm back on it.
Yeah, it's very emotional. I think it's just the fact that I meet these people every day. It really touched a nerve that it could have been them, and I'm not ashamed to admit, it reduced me to tears because it's literally wrecked people's lives. Some people sadly lost their lives throughout, either through ill health, old age, or sadly in some cases, suicide. So it was awful.
Yeah,
but very powerful show.
Yeah, no, I will check that out. Thanks for reminding me about that, but that's very interesting. So what do you think about the American system? Because obviously you're from the UK, just like me. I'm from Cornwall. We sit up at night, we watch the BBC or ITV or Sky News, and we know pretty much who's won the election, don't we, by about 2 o'clock in the morning. We get the first reports by 10 o'clock in the evening. There's always that race to get the first one. And then by about 2 o'clock in the morning, 80% are in. And we kind of know who's going to win by the morning. What do you think about America? It could be 2 weeks before we know. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't think it'd be 2 weeks, but who am I? I haven't followed US elections this closely in my lifetime. I've always been kept abreast of it. But now I'm an investor, I'm more interested to know what's going to happen. But I do share your sentiment. I don't think it really matters as far as a financially invested person. Yeah, Sunderland normally is the first place. They normally compete with somewhere else in the northeast of England to become first.
That's right.
But yeah, you're right. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how many people there are in the country. You can just deploy as many people as needed in that particular region to compile all the boxes. I do think Fight Channel was on something though about I think what he was getting
don't
at is the
encourage him.
logistics.
Don't say something too nice.
But I think what he was getting at was the logistics of the servicemen and women. It's difficult to compile their votes depending on where they're based. But I think on the whole, I agree with, it shouldn't take this long, really. If it's going to take as long as they're suggesting. I mean, our system is not perfect, as you well know, with the different votes that came in for the Liberal Democrats, for example, versus Reform. I'm not advocating for any party as such, but the seats they're not allocated proportionally because of how the constituencies work in England and the rest of the UK. But that is the system we have. So,
see, one thing I said the other day, and some people from England disagreed with me. And I'd be interested to see what you think about this. I said,
okay,
we don't have the love and the hate as we do here in America for the president. People love Donald Trump. People hate him. Some people want to shoot him. And people went, oh no, it's just the same in England. There's people who really hate what Labour have done and blah blah blah. And there's riots and this and that and the other. Yes, there are riots. Yes, there are people on the street with signs and banners and people. We had the miners' strike back in the 80s with Margaret Thatcher.
of course.
we had the IRA blow up the Bournemouth, Brighton Hotel, Bournemouth Hotel. I can't remember which. We've had stuff.
I think
the
it was
IRA,
Brighton,
remember, the IRA are a terrorist organization, not just the average man in the street. What I'm saying here is, in England, you might be conservative, you might be Labour. That's the two main parties for those in America. Labour would be Democrat, and Republican is conservative. That's kind of the same sort of thing. And you might like one or the other. But from my experience, and I would have been an MP. I don't know if you followed the story.
You told us, yeah.
Yeah, I would have been an MP. And I knew that some people would have voted for me and some people would have not. Some people would like me, some people would not. But it's on a whole different level here in the US, I think. You know, it's a real love or hate relationship. Not for everybody, but there is that kind of thing. Do you agree or disagree? Do you think that, no, in the UK we have just as much of that, or it's on a different level? What do you think of that? How do you see it?
I would slightly agree. I wouldn't strongly agree with you. I would say I've kind of hinted where my politics are. I'm previously conservative leaning, but I struggle to reconcile with the outgoing government, the Conservative Party. I'll be honest, I didn't vote at all, which
No.
isn't. You would explain that as a vote from what you said earlier, but yeah, I really should have gone out and voted if I'm honest. But
it's your right to do.
I don't know if I'm being sold a lie by Nigel Farage. Boris Johnson dubbed him the Pied Piper. But in answer to your question, I don't like Keir Starmer. I don't like his policies. And there is a strong sentiment within the UK. But the US, it's a lot more noise. There's a lot more. I think it's real. Yeah. It's just so much more magnified. Sorry.
I think you've explained it very well. It's magnified. People in the UK might not like Labour or Conservative, and they might be angry and they might want to protest, but it just seems amplified and louder and much more aggressive. I think that's what I see.
I think it's probably, sorry. I think it's probably as much to do with our traits as people in America and the UK. We're typically known for being a bit more. I don't want to offend any of our listeners here. Yeah, we just stiff upper lip and all of that. At the end of the day, I turn up to work and I don't recognise any difference in my world at the moment. But there are certain things I'm worried about. I'm buying a house at the moment with my partner, and we need to be in by April to avoid paying an extra couple of grand, which on the face of it isn't going to make any difference to our lives. But in the short term, it certainly will. So
certainly will on the day one when you have to find £2,000. In 25 years, over the period of your 30 years of your mortgage, you won't notice it, but you certainly will on day one. You're absolutely right. No, it's very difficult. Very difficult. You're obviously much younger than me. I'm 55, and it's very difficult for young people to buy a house today because your wages, whether you are in the UK or the US, haven't gone up with the rate of the house prices. I remember I bought my house in Cornwall about 30 years ago, and I think it was like £38,000. It's now nearly £250,000. And it's crazy because my income has not gone up by that amount. And the funny thing is, it was probably worth more when it was new because it was newer. So the windows were newer and the bricks were newer. It's not got better over time. It's got worse. And I got cracks in the walls now. I've got to fix them just like everybody else has got a house of 30 years old. So it's not gone up in value, but it's gone up in price. And I couldn't buy my house today. If I was you trying to buy my house, it'd be like, I can't afford £250,000. Bloody hell, how am I supposed to pay for that?
You get a lot of people that do just as well as their parents, if not, not that it's a competition, but they can do just as well or have just a good position in life in their career and aspirations. But the opportunities aren't there in the same way they were, to be quite blunt, in your generation, or certainly my parents are quite a bit older than you. So, I think it was better still for them. I think they're kind of got the peak sort of era really after the Second World War. They're a long way past that, but you know what I mean? Like my grandparents' generation, my parents' generation, they've not really encountered too much sort of volatility.
It's tough, isn't
for want
it?
of a
Tough
better
today.
phrase. Yeah.
So you're a working man. You've got a good job. Have you got? Did you say you got a partner, wife, or whatever?
Yeah. Sorry, I've just running low on my battery.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, I've plugged it in. But yeah, she's in rented, so we're buying together. I'm selling my flat.
Okay, so she
And,
works as well.
Yeah, she's a manager for a retail company
So
in
two
Stratford
good
upon Avon.
jobs. Two good jobs, but it's
Yeah.
not easy. Not easy, right?
If I'm being honest with you, mate, I'm pulling in between us 70K. So I'm last year I earned 43,000, but that's with a hell of a lot of overtime. But yeah, putting in the hard yards.
I'm glad you shared that, because that's a very different number than it would be in America, at least in Texas where I am. So that gives people understanding of how it can be. In my area, in Cornwall, in the southwest, it's even lower. The average income is lower than that. What part of the country are you from?
Warwickshire. So sort of between,
right, yeah,
near Coventry, yeah.
Yeah, my mum used to watch out the window Coventry burning in the Second World War. My dad was an evacuee out of Paddington. He was evacuated from London. And I was actually born in the Midlands, not far from where you are, right there, Worcestershire.
Oh, yeah, lovely part of the world. I covered the Coventry Blitz, my work experience at the Coventry Evening Telegraph, so 1942, I think it was.
Yeah, Coventry burn. My mum
Was it
said she used to
October?
watch it out of her... Huh? Sorry?
Was it October?
I don't know.
Was it October?
She was in Aston.
Anyway.
She was in Aston in Birmingham. And she said
Yep.
she looked out of our bedroom window and she could see Coventry burning when the Germans would drop bombs on Coventry. So,
Yeah, it's really sad because you can see what was there before where it hasn't really been affected, and it's a really beautiful part of the world. To be quite honest, it's not recovered since.
No.
But hopefully none of my COD friends heard that.
So what is your main position? What are you investing in? What's your main thing that you're...
So 60% is in the S&P 500.
Good.
I think I've got 20% or 21% in the NASDAQ 100.
Okay,
And then,
you like tech. You've gone a bit weighted in tech. Okay, makes sense.
yeah, because obviously it does matter what I do, but because it's ETFs, I wanted to have a bit of skin in the game. I didn't want to become sort of muted, for want of a better phrase, to... I do enjoy sort of listening to you, listening to other people online about finance. So I didn't want to just sort of set it and forget it. I mean, you've got the good sort of medium to share your interests. So, you can be neutral, but also take an interest in it. But for me, being more of a viewer, obviously, I wanted to have some sort of motivation and sort of sentiment with what's going on in the market. So I've gone for that. And then the rest is sort of real estate, healthcare, UK, and 5%, or I think I've dropped it down a couple of percent since I've added the NASDAQ in gold.
Okay, interesting.
So it's more of a hedge. It's not really like, a big fundamental part of my investment. It's just...
Sounds pretty good.
To complement it. But yeah, I'm looking into this, Martin, because I've only put in several thousand to start with, but I think you can do
I started with 5,000,
individual. Mate. Yeah, well, if I'm being brutally honest with you, I had 11K in my stocks and ISA. That's 3 months, but the bulk of that was from my savings, and I've stripped a lot of that away. And I've still got money to live, but I've sort of really taken what you said about the the cash. You did a video for me actually about cash. Cash is king, or trash.
And that was you, wasn't it? Yeah,
it was. Yeah, and but I was already starting to do it, but I've really doubled down on knowing how much is going out every week, and being really efficient. I'm probably a little bit too efficient with the credit cards. I think it's a bit like Fight Channel. He pays every week, and I can go 2-3 weeks, but I can't quite get to the month without paying that off. But yeah, I'm quite comfortable with that, mate. So
yeah, that's good. It's not how much money you earn; it's what you don't spend that makes you rich. Mm-hmm. If you earn £10 a week and you only spend £2, you're going to be rich over time. If you saved it all and invested it all, It's people focus on what they earn. They don't think about how I can save money, how I can stop spending money. That's the key there, and it's worked for me. I remember that I shared the story on the cruise ships how I bought my house with $1 tips when everybody else was sat on the beach. Just kept doing it over and over again, and take care of the pennies and the pounds take care of themselves. An old saying in England, isn't it? And it's very true that.
My mum used to say it all the time. Yeah. So I think where I was going with it is I'm looking into what portfolio sort of platforms I can do individual trades, because I do feel like I'm going to miss out, maybe financially, but I think it's more I enjoy sort of researching companies and looking at what might be a good long-term or mid-term investment. So I had quite a lot of money in Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. I had quite a bit in Nvidia to start with, but I don't have any kind of fear for them. But I just didn't want to be so wrapped up in one company. So
No.
I sort of sold off my profits and spread it.
I like owning Nvidia through the S&P, like 6.5%. I thought, or something like that. I can't remember now. About 15 grand I've got of Nvidia by owning it through the S&P, and I'm comfortable with doing it that way. But trading as well can help you. Did you see my 6x video?
I think I did, yeah, about your Roth.
Yeah, when I traded in October on holiday. Yeah, I recorded it. I did it yesterday in the live show, and I put it out as a video. But I 6x'd the market over October by trading. I did 19 trades, 19 wins, and did very, very well by trading S&P, McDonald's on that E. coli news, the confusing, which it was, confusing report from Coca-Cola. It was better than they actually sort of made it look. And Enphase Energy as well, because they underperformed on their earnings. And I six times made money, 6x the S&P on my main account. That's a really good result in 1 month.
That's pretty good. I'm not sure I can really do it. I lost 27 quid last night. I'm completely out of trading 212 now for the time being.
Is that what you were using, trading 212?
Yeah, it's a great platform, but unfortunately, you don't necessarily get the swings in the UK. So I foolishly blew 27 quid. I've gotten over it, because in 3 months I returned over 700
Do you use Robinhood? Because you can trade on Robinhood, same as me.
It's not that. It's just the fact that there's the conversion of the FX fee is where I lost the money. So I'm already down.
What do you mean?
So I'm changing currency from pound to dollar to do the US trades. So I'm already at a disadvantage. So I don't. Obviously, the pound is stronger to an extent, although that's sort of volatile in itself. But I feel like that's why I need to just do long-term investment, not play around with it. Unless it was a UK sort of giant company, like, I don't know, HSBC or AstraZeneca. But I don't think there's many companies that can have the swings in macro conditions that you're talking about, that I could sit there and have my finger over the pulse, you know?
But if you put money on Robinhood, it's in US dollars, but you don't have to change it back to pounds. That's where you lose. You don't lose by doing it the first time. It's when you bring it back.
So I just needed to change brokerage if I wanted to do that, is what you're getting at.
The point, what is great, and you've kind of touched on it, what is great about Robinhood is you get access to the US stock market. That's the bigger market. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about it, right? There's not an Apple on the FTSE. I mean, there isn't, right? There's not a Google on the FTSE. There's British Telecom and much smaller companies.
It's not very exciting.
No. I understand that, and that's what Robinhood does. It allows you access the US economy, US market. So yes, if you put money in, you're trading in dollars, and then you cashed it out, and then you put it in, and you cashed it out. Yeah, you're losing money, and eventually you'll be at zero if you go backwards and forwards.
I've learnt my lesson.
Yeah, we've all done that. But there are ways, because obviously I go backwards and forwards to the UK, and I use TransferWise, and I never pay any fees to send money from my Bank of America to my Lloyd's account. I've got a Lloyd's account in England. You know about that. Bank of America in the US, and I send money. It doesn't cost me anything. And the rate is the XC rate. It's not you know, when you go into a bank or a travel agent or even Tesco's, and I'm using all the British terms for you. Yeah, they take a cut, right? Not just a commission, like at the airport, they take a commission, but they also make a profit on the rate. Because when they sell you money, it's just like trading, isn't it? When they sell you money or buy money from you, they're selling you at a rate that suits them. They make a bit of a, you know, the rate is slightly in their favor, whether it's buying or selling. They're always getting a better deal than they would, than you can on the XE rate. That's their profit plus the commission. However, if you use TransferWise, and if you message me on Discord, I'll send you the link. I've got a referral for that where you get like 50 quid for just for using it. So you get 50 quid for free. Not that you need to send money to America anyway, but the point is, it's the XE rate is the rate before the above and the below profits are added, right? And that's fine. Yeah. That's great. So if you and that's what Robinhood do. When you let's say you open Robinhood account and you put £1,000 in, you'd end up with £1,000 worth of dollars, right?
Of course.
That's the XE rate. You leave it there. You only lose when you bring the $1,000 equivalent back to pounds. You'll find out that your 1,000 is now like 900 because you went from dollars to pounds and pounds to dollars. You end up with less by going backwards and forwards. But if you leave the money there and don't bring it back and you just trade with it's irrelevant. It's when you exit. So if you've made money trading, you won't care by that point because you've made 20, 30, 40%, 100%, whatever. So what I'm saying to you is if you open a Robinhood account and you put $50, $500, million, whatever you do, now you can trade Tesla, now you can trade the S&P, now you can trade, in fact, you can't buy the S&P at the moment on the UK account because I've got a UK Robinhood and it doesn't allow me to buy the S&P, it doesn't allow me to buy VOO, but there are other ones similar.
It's Vanguard or BlackRock.
Yeah, there are other. Yeah, VOO is Vanguard. Yeah, there are other ones you can access, but you can buy Tesla, you can buy Apple, you can buy Microsoft, you can buy Google, whatever you do on the US stock market, and then you can trade that, and then you bring it back when you're finished. You know, in 10, 20 years, whatever. But that's, you know, I never, because I've never taken any money out of my brokerage or my Roth. If my Roth, if I exited it earlier, just like your SEP or ISA, you'll pay a penalty for doing that. It's encouraging you to invest for the future. I think it's like 4 or 5 years. Then you can start withdrawing the capital, whatever. But I
don't think I can touch my SIP unless something happens to me suddenly until I'm 57, which I'm completely content with.
Yeah,
that's why
you're putting money.
I've got Revolut. Yeah, I've got a Revolut account, which is probably quite similar to TransferWise in the way you can convert money.
Yeah, there's probably loads. There's probably hundreds of them, but there are ways.
But if it gets us about 50 quid, I'm happy to sign up, mate.
Yeah, there's loads of them. I've got loads of these bloody things. I've got Cash App. You get 50 quid for free. I don't talk about it a lot. It's when people message me, I'll tell them about it. You know, they ask me a question. But yeah, I've got all these apps where you get a referral fee. We both get a referral fee. I think Robinhood, I get a free share. Have you got a Robinhood account?
No, I had it downloaded, but I never actually inputted my national insurance.
If you get Robinhood using my referral, we both get like 5 free shares. So,
okay.
You know,
but a no-brainer.
Yeah, no, it's a no-brainer. I mean, yeah, all the money I've got in my Robinhood account, and I got about $80 is all referrals. It's all people signing up for Robinhood UK, so I get free shares. Yeah, I've never put any money in there, but if I talked about all the referrals and the free cashes and the free shares, my entire show would just be about clicking on my links. It'd be a rubbish show. I'd make lots of money, but it'd be a rubbish show, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would get a bit old hat, wouldn't it? People would.
It would get a bit old hat, but there you go.
People would sort of sense. So, sorry, if I can throw a question back to you, I'm looking at getting a brokerage. Cheers. That does individual stocks and shares. If I don't enroll in that or can't find one that's, you know, competitive fees, I'm trying to look at what's the best way to get back into my stocks and shares ISA that's not just simply dollar cost averaging, because I can now do that effectively with a VOO type investment in my SIP, you know, I'm getting 25% extra from the government. Why wouldn't I take advantage of that? So I've really got to hone in on really great value deals. So would you encourage me to keep abreast of those kind of trades, and how would you go about finding them? Because it is quite difficult to see the wood for the trees at times.
I'm not completely. I understand. I understood what you said, but I wasn't quite sure what the final question was.
So
There.
what
Could
I'm
you
trying
repeat
to,
that?
sorry, yeah, it's a bit long-winded. So I think where I'm going with this is I I don't really set the market conditions when I enter my money. It could be any time of the day that it converts into an order. So that's the disadvantage I give up. But I'm okay with that because over 20, 30 years, it's really irrelevant, Martin, because I'm getting the 25% top up from the government. So what I'm
Right.
looking at is can I beat the market in certain trades with more modest amounts of contributions from me to complement my primary way of investing in
Well,
retirement sort of
you're
saving.
talking about two different things here. You're talking about, like, for example, if you are a normal employed, like my wife has a job. She goes to work every month. She buys what's called in America a 401k. That's similar to
Yes,
what
heard
you're
of it.
talking about, right? So every month, her employer takes out X amount of money and puts it into a 401k. It's pension for the future. That's what a lot of people do in England. They have a job, they earn money, their employer pays X amount into it. That's what, like your SIP is like that. You're getting an incentive from the government to do that, and they're giving you a bit of extra money. You should always do that. Everyone should always have a 401k if they can have it. Absolutely. If you've got a job with somebody and your employer is going to contribute, that's like my Roth IRA from Robinhood. It gives me 3%. It's nowhere near as much as an employer gives into a 401k. So you've got some sort of system there which allows you 25% from the government to pay in. You should always take advantage of that. But that is for long-term investing. And when my wife's employer or anybody's employer puts in, they're doing it weekly or monthly. They're not looking at the stock market or where it is up or down. That's not trading.
No.
That's just every month you buy, whether it's up, whether it's down. That's fine. That's great. No issue
That's
with
good.
that.
Yeah.
Right. But that is nowhere near. That's passive investing. That's passive, not paying any attention to it. You're just going to work, paying every month into the stock market. That is passive investing. You can be a lot more profitable like live investing, whether it's trading or investing, like I am here right now, is much more effective because I'm buying on the dips. I'm not just buying every month. So as a trader or an investor, I'm going to get a better deal because I didn't buy on a Friday when the market was sky high. I bought on a Tuesday when it was coming down because of a FOMC report, because of an earnings report, whatever. So by being active, you're going to make a lot more money. However, most people don't have the time to do that. They're busy working. You're a postman. You're out every day. And you're focusing on earning money and paying every month into a SIP, into a pension, into a 401k, whatever. Long term, that's the focus because it's about you earning money and doing the right thing over a long period of time. You're investing over a long period of time, doing it. You're not wasting money. You're not spending it. You're canceling my 1 month membership to save yourself $3. Very sensible. I don't mind. It's very sensible. Very good. Good on you, actually. Nobody else do it, by the way. That would be Christopher's the only one, right? Everybody else, don't ignore that information, right? But you're focusing on earning money and every month putting it away. Long term, that's the right thing because most people get lazy and won't have that discipline and stick to that. However,
I'm doubting myself, mate. That's what I'm sorry
yeah,
I've
you doubt
interrupted,
yourself,
but
yeah.
I'm doubting myself to beat the market with the conditions I've been given with the SIP.
Remember, 95% of traders do not beat the market. 95% of traders lose money, right? Most Wall Street analysts, hedge funders, and I know, I talk to them, I have relationships on X, Instagram, cannot beat. Whoops, my little sticker just fallen off. Cannot beat the S&P 500. That's why it was set up for passive investors who just do the right thing over a period of time are going to most of the time do better than traders. That's just the way it is. Okay?
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong. You going to work every day, every month, put money away, don't spend it, invest it. You're going to do great at the end of the day. No question about it. However, if you'd like to add a bit of spice to it and have a bit of trading and a bit of fun to it, then you can. You need to, first of all, have a brokerage which doesn't charge you fees. Well, Robinhood's one of many. If you're paying fees, it's not going to work. I used to have a trading account with Barclays Bank in England, and I would win on nearly all my trades. However, I lost because time I paid the £5, £10 fee, kind of, whatever, it was time. So as long as you have a brokerage which allows you free trading, then that's a win. And Robinhood is one of many. So you choose that. And if you're, let's take out trading, because trading is very risky, right? Take out trading and just be an investor like you are, but rather than just pay every month, you're doing that for the majority, and you might as well, because the government give you 25%, which is fantastic, but you're looking for the macro conditions. So because you're doing it through your SIP, you're buying Vanguard, you're buying the S&P 500, you're buying the ETF, you're buying the main market, but you're probably the day they buy it for you automatically could be at a high. So, but that's fine.
It probably will be. I don't know how it works.
No, well, they will do. Every month they'll buy it on a certain day. They're not going to look for the best day. They're not managing it for you. It's passive investing, right? But if you want to add to that, add a bit of excitement for yourself, but also get some extra gains, you're looking for the dips. Just like I did the other day when I was on a holiday, I bought the S&P on a 4% dip. Now, my manual 401k, my automatic 401k, my automatic SIP, my job investment would have bought it on a Friday. It buys it every Friday or every month, every 30th of the month. They may have bought at the top. Now, overall, over the period of 20, 30 years, all those peaks and troughs will kind of level out. But of course, I'm going to make a bit more because I bought at a 3% dip and then I traded it and bought some more and so on and so forth. But if you don't trust yourself, you don't have to be a trader. You don't have to try to get in and out, because a trade is not just the buying, it's the selling, right? You buy on a low, sell on a high. You just add to your pension pot when it dips. So now you don't have to worry about trying to trade it and beat the market. You just got a bit more value for your money because you bought like in the January sale. In England, after Christmas, we have the January sale. So rather than paying the monthly price, whatever that is, you go all in, or you've got £1,000 sitting around and you bought on a dip. Like tomorrow, the FOMC report and the election result is going to give us all these peaks and troughs. Now, you don't know what the bottom is of the trough and you don't know what the top is of the trough, but you're not trading it, so you don't need to worry about it. All you wanted to do is, rather than buy the S&P up here, oh, look, it's dropped 2%. I'm going to buy it today. You just got a little better price than the people who bought it up here. So you could be that guy. You could be the guy who just has his SIP, buys every month automatically, which you've got that, but you've got a little bit of extra money. You want to have a little bit of fun. You want to have a little bit of, I'm involved in it. And you're just looking for the dips. But you're not selling it. You're not trading it. You just buy a little dip. And if you want to trade it, you can, as long as it's done through a tax-free account, so you don't pay capital gains on it, like a Roth, like an ISA. Because you can have an ISA, which is like your SIP, where you can go into, Lloyds Bank do one, so you can have an ISA where I can buy individual stocks, I can trade Tesla, I can trade Microsoft, I can trade the S&P 500, I could buy a dip, it goes up 5% next week, all these little big dips, all these dips going on, and I could sell it tax-free, make some money, wait for another little dip. You could do that.
Yeah, I thought about that when you were talking about it. I could use that as an opportunity to use my profits towards my SIP and look at it that way, because that's going to compound again. But I don't want to put too much money in and I don't want to spend too much time because, to be quite honest, the money would have done what it would have done in the SIP. But I think what you're saying there is I could easily get bored in a few years because you're just passively investing and I might lose my enthusiasm for it. And ultimately, I don't want to do that because I want to provide a future for myself and my girlfriend in 20, 30 years' time.
What you're talking about, and you're highlighting the biggest pitfalls here.
Yeah.
The human being gets in the way of the right thing to do. As human beings, we get bored, we get lazy, we fancy buying a new iPhone, we fancy going on holiday, whatever. The right thing to do, it's not necessarily the best thing to do because we don't know what the future is going to hold. However, if you focus on income, you've got a job, your partner's got a job, that's the number one thing. Doesn't matter how much you earn, doesn't matter how little you earn, income is the key, right? It doesn't matter how big or small. You got money coming in. Now you got money coming in, you try to live as efficient life as possible. Save as much money. When I say save, you stop as much money going out the door as possible. You're efficient. You turn off the lights when you're not in the bedroom. You turn the heating down. You keep your bills to a minimum, so you're maximizing the money that you're left with. And then you invest it all. And as a young man, you're obviously a lot younger than me. You're in a great age. You can only, if you only bought the S&P and did that for 20, 30 years, and you did it with an incentive like you are with a SIP, and you get tax benefits and blah 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 and extra contributions, you will be successful, and you will have the income that you need when you retire to support you, your family, your partner, whatever. 100%, no doubt about it. But as a human being, you might find that boring along the journey and I'm not really getting involved. That's why you might want to either just actively buy on a dip with a little bit of extra money you got, make a bit of a profit if you want to trade it, or just add to the pot. So you've just got to make those things interesting for you to keep you engaged, right? Yeah. I actually have no big desire to have $1 million at the end of this or 1 million subscribers, but I have the desire to work towards that goal every day. That's what gets me out of bed, because every day I've got another subscriber, another member, I've earned another dollar, and it's the interaction with you right now. I'm talking to you. I'm enjoying the journey to get to $1 million, to get to 1 million subscribers, or whatever it might be. But the $1 million at the end of the day, what's he going to do? Nothing. I'm not going to suddenly cash it out and just buy a Ferrari, would I? I mean, what am I going to do? Just pay the bills for another 30 years until I die. What's the point of that? I'm dead anyway. What was the point? The whole journey's been pointless. It's about the journey, not the goal. And whatever makes you feel engaged and keeps you doing the right thing, it's just like exercise, isn't it? Whatever you can do to keep you doing the right thing, exercising, eating the right food, saving, loving your partner, being a decent bloke, whatever it takes to keep you on the path of doing the right thing is a good thing. Yeah. The goal is not important. It's the journey. That's everything.
You live a bit more comfortably, but at the end of the day, I think you've changed fundamentally over that time. You probably don't need all the things that you thought you wanted when you started out.
Exactly. If you've spent a lifetime working, which is a good thing, motivating yourself to get out of bed and work, do the right thing, save. You'll probably find out when you get to that period of got all that money, you've not bought an iPhone every year. You bought an iPhone every 4 or 5 years. You don't actually want a new iPhone. You couldn't care less. You don't actually want to buy a Ferrari because you've just been having the same car all your life. Well, that's what Warren Buffett does. He just says same house, same car. He's happy.
I used to eat out all the time. I used to buy every, Xbox, PlayStation game going.
I did it, mate. I
was in my overdraft. I don't do any of that anymore. I'm 37 now, but fundamentally I've changed in the last couple of years, particularly. But the last sort of 5-6 years, life's just changed for me. I don't like being in debt. It's just a realization, really. What I just wish I'd learned it sooner, but don't we all?
Hey, 37, mate. I wish I was 37. Because I do and I don't. Because if I was 37, being a millionaire would be as easy as falling off a log doing what I'm doing now. I'm going to do it anyway in 6 years, but I'm 55. Imagine if I'm doing what I'm doing now at 37, like you are now. What an advantage you've got. 37 years of age, and you've got a job, you're earning money, you're investing. You can't help but be a millionaire.
Yeah, I don't mean to compare myself to my colleagues, but I can't help thinking they're probably not doing the things I'm doing. So I feel like I'm setting myself up for success,
Yeah, you
frankly.
are. You are. As long as
You
you're
know,
enjoying it. It doesn't matter
I
if
am,
you're a
yeah.
millionaire or you're broke. As long as you're happy with the journey that you're going on. But I ask myself, how happy are you going to be if you blow all your money and you're 65 and you're living a really tough life and it's horrible. Not so fun, is it?
How are you going to get to that? Sorry.
No, sorry, I cut you off.
How are we going to get to that million? Are you at 200,000 invested, before your margin sort of takes effect?
With
Because
my margin, and 200 grand invested now.
because you said the end of the decade, which I presume means 6 and a bit years.
Correct. Correct.
Are you going to have to obviously contribute, or is that sort of an accumulative of your Roth IRA as well? Because the maths doesn't seem to compute for me, but you've obviously got it set up.
When I finish talking to you, I'll put on the screen the app that I'm using to show you what I'm putting in and the growth I'm expected to get. Yeah, to get to $1 million from where I am now, I have 200,000 invested now, including my IRA, my brokerage account, my margin. I've got 200 grand invested.
Great,
obviously, in 6 years' time, 200 can't go to $1 million, because if it doubles every 6 years, which is what the S&P does, 6-7 years, then of course 200 is 400, right? So how's that going to get to $1 million? I'm expecting extra growth over the next. I'm expecting a lot more than just 2x over the next 6 years. I'm expecting, because of AI and NVIDIA, and we've got an AI revolution, like we had the Industrial Revolution, we had all sorts of moments in history. I'm expecting a lot more growth over the next 6 years than we would normally, but that still isn't enough. It's on top of that, it's a bit of trading, which is what I'm doing. I 6x'd in October. I made extra money.
Yeah.
I actually ended up with about 3 or 4 and a quarter shares of the S&P for free. That's like $2 grand for free.
Yeah, because yours are a lot more than my Vanguard. It's a different code, the VOO.
It doesn't
I think yours
matter.
are $500, aren't they?
Yeah, $540.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand what you mean. The share price is quite irrelevant.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
It's the macros.
It's the percentage of the gain. It doesn't matter whether whether you buy one share of Berkshire Hathaway at 30 grand or 300 grand.
I wish.
It doesn't matter. It's the same result, right? It's
the
percentage. But no, in addition to all of that, it's my income on YouTube too, which everyone sees. And I share that as well. Now, in October, no thanks to you, of course, I earned $1,100, which was my ad revenue and my members and so on and so forth, which is about a third of what I normally earn. Obviously, I didn't produce content. I'm not live all the time, but I was very thankful for the first time in my life as a self-employed person, because when you're self-employed, you get nothing if you don't work, right? If I don't go to work, I don't earn any money. To get $1,100 in October, because of what I built the business, is amazing. I was like, wow, I earned, $1,100. So it's adding that. Now I'm normally able to put about 2,000 a month in. You see me do it on the show. I tell you, I got paid today. I put $2 grand in, but I'm also building in my growth, right? But what I'm paying in now, and everything else I'm already doing, I will reach $1 million. But obviously, if I continue growing at the rate I'm growing, it won't be $2 grand a month. I could be paying in 10 grand a month in a year. I don't know how fast my YouTube channel is going to grow. My income is going to go up. Do I? I don't know. But I'm just budgeting at the $2 grand that I've got now. I will get to $1 million.
It's the 80-20 rule, isn't it? If you become in the top 20% of YouTubers, I'm sure you are in that top 20%, but the top 20% of the ones that are actually making an income, that's when it's going to snowball. Personal question, it's quite direct.
Please.
Do you rent out your property in Cornwall? I presume it's in Cornwall.
No.
Because I thought that. Do you have any ambition to, or are you quite content just leaving that?
It's my home. If for some reason, I woke up tomorrow morning and the doctor said, you got cancer and we need $1 million, because in America you got to pay for your medical.
Yeah.
And you need $1 million or you're going to die.
Yeah.
I go, oh, now I can sell my house because I have no mortgage, or I rent it out if I want an income. That is the only time I would do it. I don't need the money. I'm
No,
okay.
fair
I'm
enough.
living. I've got no mortgage. I'm paying my bills with my YouTube. I'm just about getting through. I'm happy to own it as a home. When I go there, it's my home. Once you rent it out, it's not a home anymore. It's a rental property, and I wouldn't see it as a home anymore. It's just an investment,
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I get
it. I heard you say it before, and I was just curious. That was all.
No, I could have about £1,000 a month, and I do sometimes think, bloody hell, £1,000 a month, and then I wouldn't pay my council tax because I still pay council tax on my house in England. I still pay a little bit of electric. It's running on solar, but there's a little bit of background electric at night time.
Of course.
I still pay my water, even though I don't use water. It's still got to pay a bit. I pay my internet, my phone bill to keep security, the cameras, the internet. So I still have a few bills a month to pay. So it's not free, and I would have none of that. Plus, I'd have an income. So I have, obviously, we have thought about it.
We're at different places, aren't we? You know, you've probably got many years of happy memories there and sentimentality.
I've been there 30 years.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't just. But
it's also where I'm going to retire to.
Oh, okay. So that'll be obviously in whenever 10 years.
Whenever I, I mean, basically, a lot of it's to do with when Leah finishes work, because Leah's still working. When she retires and she stops working, we can move. But right now, she's got to work here because she lives in America. She has to work here. I can work. I could do this in England. I could build this studio in England.
Of course you could. Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah. But so when we go, okay, that's done. We can live in England. We got this house. We can sell this house, rent this house, and now I live in the house in England.
You could do it in England, but your sleep schedule will be somewhat different.
Yeah, I'd be starting the show at 1 o'clock in the afternoon rather than at 7:30 in the morning. So that would be a bit weird. But also, to the studio I built here took me 2 years to build. It's going to be virtually impossible to build this in the house in England. Virtually. In fact, it will be impossible unless I take over the main part of the house. And Leah would not like that. She's trying to watch Coronation Street, and there I am on YouTube doing this. Yeah, I don't think she'd like it.
I should imagine knowing, English homes versus American. It's a lot smaller.
Exactly. Yeah. So this house is bigger than that. This is a Texas house, and I've got a Cornwall house. Doesn't get more opposite than that, does it?
No, not really.
No. Exactly.
Have you not listened to Joe Rogan then? I agree with you. We shouldn't go by people's endorsements.
I listened to a bit of Joe Rogan.
If I was the US. Yeah. He's very intelligent, but that doesn't mean to say he's qualified to tell you who to vote for.
No.
I enjoy listening to him.
I mean, let's be honest. This is not a normal election. This is very much personality, very aggressive. It's very dramatic, very, very colourful election, right? In the past, in the days of Kennedy, Reagan, Clinton, Bush, many other presidents in the past, it wasn't so polarizing. It wasn't so opposite, right? Normally the two candidates would sit down. One would say, because there's no black and white. If you spend money on one thing, you haven't got money for the other thing. If you if you take away taxes, you haven't got as much money to spend on stuff, right? That's just basic, right? So you might say, well, I'm okay paying more taxes because I want the money to go to a bigger military or more money in healthcare or money in this. That's a matter of opinion. Somebody else might say, what's that? Oh, lunch? What is it? Oh, lovely. Leah just made me a bit of a lunch. In a minute, I'll take a break and I'll go and put this back in 10 minutes because we're going to be live all day today. So that's a matter of opinion then. There's no right and wrong. We spend a bit more taxes. We spend a bit more on this. Okay, what we've got now, though, is a very different situation. We've got people who hate Trump, people who love Trump. It's very much more aggressive what's going on today. And sorry, I completely forgot your question. Oh, I lost your camera. You still there? Oh, there you are. What was your question? Leah came in and I forgot what your question was. What was the question? Oh, I'm losing you. It says you've muted yourself. You might have just lost signal.
I think. Hello.
You're back now.
Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call.
Oh, no problem.
I declined it. I don't know. It's probably not very important. But yeah, I think social media's got a lot to answer for.
Yes.
Everything's just so. It's 24/7, isn't it? I don't think TV is that relevant, at least in the UK, but it doesn't really matter. You've got YouTube, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. And then they used to be a lot more intimate, didn't they? Those debates that they didn't have
it's a lot.
necessarily
It's
the
a
live
very
audience.
different election. Christopher, I'm going to. Leah's shouting for me for my lunch. I want to thank you for calling in today. It's been a great conversation. Thank you. You're welcome to call in at any time. It sounds like you're on a great path. Don't worry about the trading too much. Just doing what you're doing is going to work great. But if you do want to feel more engaged, you do want to trade a little bit, find a brokerage that hasn't got trading fees. You can simply, like I did, trade on companies that you can own forever, like what you would be doing on your SIP anyway. You're buying great assets. You're not buying risky. You're not buying Binky Bonk coin, or you're not buying volatile stocks. You're buying the broader indexes, the ETFs. So you can trade those the same, like I did, and buy the dips. If you don't want to trade, but you just want to add a bit of human interaction, you could just do what you're doing with the same assets you've already got in your SIP, but buy them buy the dips just to add a little bit to it, a bit of spice to it. But whichever way you do it, as long as you find a way to do and stick with the plan, you will end up with a decent amount of money to live, and you'll be comfortable. And that's the most important thing. As long as you're happy, enjoying it, that's what this channel's about. It's not telling you the right or the wrong way to do it. It's providing you the information and the community and the family where you can call in, be part of it, get support, have encouragement, have a laugh, keep working hard, earn some money, and you'll always have a great life.
Yeah, my money's going to double or triple X anyway.
Absolutely.
I want to retire.
100%.
I want to retire in Asia. So
do you?
the cost of living
Very
over
nice.
there.
I've been all over
Thailand
Asia.
or
What
Malaysia.
part of it? Thailand, or been to Thailand. I've been to all the
I've not
countries
been
of the
to
world.
Malaysia yet. Yeah.
Lovely.
Was it 209 you said?
195.
Yeah.
There are 195 countries in the world contested. It changes over time, but I've traveled everywhere over 37 years.
Yeah, you did a video about that as well. That's for me.
Oh, was it? That's for you, was it? All right.
Yeah, I set you on a little sort of story. I didn't mean to. I was more sort of asking why it took you so long to get invested, as far as to the scale you have now. But you explained very eloquently that you've been on a big sort of journey really through life, and you've built your career and paid off your mortgage, which I think you and I both agree we don't necessarily relate to everything Dave Ramsey says, but you certainly got one of his principles down to a T with paying off the mortgage.
Paying off the mortgage.
Absolutely. I'll be honest, you're probably not wanting to sort of, jump in on this, but I've enjoyed watching some of his videos. I've pulled away recently because I just wrecked my YouTube algorithm. I just found him quite arrogant, really, because he's got his audience, but it was just his way, and that's it. And I was like, is there no scope here to sort of, just tweak this method a little bit? But there you are.
Dave Ramsey, sadly, is very successful, very wealthy, but he's forgot where he's come from, and he thinks it's his way or the highway. I believe the star of the show is the audience, not you. Let people talk. Don't tell people what to do. Encourage conversation. It's why we started out this conversation by me asking you a question I knew the answer to. It's about you engaging, and some people lose that. It's the difference between getting famous online through YouTube and getting famous in person. When I traveled the world, I've met millions of my audience. Is in person, live in front of me in concert halls, theaters, and so on. And I know that you are a real person, not just an image on a screen for me, an algorithm, a number, a subscriber, an income, a dollar bill. You're a human, and you're in your house right now, and I can see you because I've seen you in real life. I've had my audience in front of me. I've met them in real life. So I don't see YouTube as a fame thing, as a getting rich and famous. I did that years ago in person, but I see this as an amazing opportunity to keep that going and be able to talk to people, but always remembering what I'm saying and what we're saying together is real, and it affects real people and real things happen. And I think some people who get really big on famous on YouTube and Josh Rogan and all these, Joe Rogan, and they forget that what they're saying, when that camera gets turned off, when you go away, you put some of these things into, your mind has changed. You do things. There's real physical action. And I think that's important to remember that and respect that and be appreciative of this opportunity that we have to talk to each other like this.
Yeah, I think with Dave Ramsey, he's got enough subscribers and sort of believers and worshippers. For It's a bit corny, really, a bit crass of me to say that, but it's true. That he gets afforded, he gets to like a get out of jail card as far as how rude he can be to people and how.
I think when you get bigger and you have 1 million subscribers, a lot of people can abuse that, and because they are so successful, people believe what they say is always true.
Yeah.
Because he must know what he's talking about. He's got 1 million subscribers. I think it's rubbish. I don't agree with any of that. The success is you, not me. My wife is dinging the side of the plate. I've got to go.
Okay, mate.
Lovely talking to you. Thanks for calling in. Call anytime, and good luck with it all.
Cheers, Martin, mate. Ta-ra.
You're welcome. You're welcome. There's Christopher Shaw live on the show today. Really enjoyed that conversation. So I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to put the poll on the screen. I do need something to eat. We are going to be here all day. It is an election special. I am going to leave that on the screen, put some music on. I'll be right back. Keep on voting. If you want to vote, continue to vote, and I'll be back very, very shortly. I'm not going to do anything fancy. I'm just going to go and have something to eat. I'll see you all back in a bit. Have a nice, I'll see you back in a bit. Ta-ra. Not that one. That one. There you go. Bye-bye. See you back in a bit. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to our all day, all night, all next day, all night, all day, all next day broadcast. Who knows? We might go live 24 hours a day. Who knows? I can't guarantee it. Probably won't. But anyway, it's great to be back. We've got 25 votes now. Please do vote on the poll. It's free to vote in the poll to see... Martin is looking out the spaceship window. There's no window in here. There is a window in here, but it's blacked out because of the way the lighting and the sound works. So anyway, please do vote if you want to vote. The rules are how to vote are at the top. It's if you want to vote for Trump or Harris, you simply do !vote space T or !vote space H. So who will win? All you're doing is making a prediction who you think will win. Let's get some more votes. I don't know why it's so low. I just think people... I don't know why, actually. Anyway, let's have a look. We've got huge votes on other places. Let me go and show you the poll. We've got over here... Let me refresh that a minute. Let me refresh that. We've got a poll running... Look at this one. This will blow your mind. This is our poll running over on... This is our community on YouTube. I don't know if you know we've got a community, but we do. We have a community on YouTube, and we've had 255 votes. Can you see there? 255 votes, and 75% say Trump, so that's a big lead, and 25% Harris, so that's a really big lead there for Trump over Harris. If you want to go and vote on that, what that is, it's I'll give you the channel where you go to. This is what you do. You go over here, the homepage of the channel, and you click on community, and there it is. There's the poll, 255 votes. If you want to go and vote on that, leave a comment, leave a like, share it. Love to get that up to 1,000 by the end of the day. That would be absolutely fantastic. So there you go. That's that poll. Plus, we also have another poll running at the moment on X. I'll give you the link for that. Here is the link. There is the link in the chat on our X account. 183 votes, not as many as YouTube. Not surprising, really. I've got a bigger audience on YouTube. But 72% say Trump, as you can see there. 72%. 27% say Harris. So Trump is winning again there as well. So we've got some news as well. Let's go and listen to the news. We've been following the news all day. It will get more exciting in the next half an hour. We're still doing a commercial there. We will have, of course, the exit polls shortly, so we'll see. As far as the stocks are concerned, as you can see, I'm up nearly 2% today. Remember, I'm doubling that because of margin. That's why I'm up so much. My Roth IRA, which is my Coca-Cola, my 20th, it's my 19th, it's my 20th trade. Over October, I did 19 trades, 19 wins. We're now at 20th trade, but I'm on. It's all Coca-Cola. $28,000 worth of Coca-Cola, 423 shares. I'm trying to get a 4% bounce, 4% profit. Sell that again and then buy back the S&P. That's what I'm trying to do. But nevertheless, we've got over $200,000 now invested. Because if you look at my portfolio, it's 175,000, including margin on my main account, and 28. So in fact, I'm over now for the first time. $203,000 invested now. $203,000 invested. Wow, bloody hell, that jumped up. But anyway, there you go. It's amazing, right? Started with $5,000. Can you believe it? It's like I started with $5,000 and I'm sitting here with $203,000 invested. It's like 4 times. No, what's that? 4, 8, 12, 6, 5 times what my house originally cost me in England all those years ago. someone had told me 30 years ago I'd have $200,000 invested in the stock market, I'd go, you're having a laugh, right? Anyway, there you go, how time changes. So let's bring up the poll. We got 25 votes on the show. You can do that live on the screen. Trump is winning. Now this poll isn't very popular. People, for some reason, don't want to vote in this poll. I don't know why. Whereas here in the chat, we've got 474 votes. I think it's because not everybody wants to share their thoughts on the screen. They want to be anonymous. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to end the poll on the screen and change it to will the markets be up or down tomorrow? Because I think more people will want to vote on that because you're voting in the poll. Let me show you. I don't know if you can see this, so I'm going to show you right now. This is, you might not be able to see this, so let me clear this. Let me take the poll away. Right, this is the poll in the chat. 76%. 76% say Trump is going to win with 475 votes. Absolutely massive. Huge win. I mean, 76%. That's a huge win over Harris. So what I'm going to do, I think what I'll do, I think I'm going to end the poll on the screen and change it to something people feel more comfortable voting on. I think that must be the reason. All right, so we're going to give it 5 more minutes, 4.5 minutes. If you want to vote, you got 5 minutes. When that reaches 8 hours, I'm going to end it, and I will do a new poll, okay? That's what I'll do. I'll do a new poll, and I'm going to ask the question, will we be up or down tomorrow? Okay, will the markets be green, red or green tomorrow? And you can decide there. Now, many people think if Harris wins, the market will be down 4% tomorrow. That's what people are kind of betting on. The markets are up today. They think Trump is going to win. However, that doesn't mean to say the markets will stay up. People could take profits. But anyway, we'll do that poll in a minute. So if you want to vote, you've got 3.5 minutes left. And then I'll go over to that question. Anyway, see if we've got any news coming in. That's going on for quite a while. Hopefully that will come back in a minute. Anyway, we've got 5 minutes to go. It's a long poll, isn't it? Let's read the comments. I've missed a few. X and community. Stephen Lewandowski. Will you cover SMCI earnings? I will cover the SMCI earnings for members with a minimum of $5 super chat. That's what we do to cover the earnings. Now, I do have Iberian Wolf. Is Iberian Wolf here in the show? He made a request this morning, and I haven't yet done it. So is Iberian Wolf, are you here? Because he had a request. He's been waiting all day. He did a super chat this morning, but because we've been covering the election, I've not got around to it, but I'm ready now. Are you here, Iberian Wolf? If you are, come back to me. Anyway, let's read a few of these. DJT is already down 13%. Yeah, DJT has been up and down today like a flipping yo-yo. We've just gone through 97,000 again. But I need my Coca-Cola to do 4%. Then I can sell to buy back the S&P. Anyway, been a great day trading DJT. I bet it has. It is very risky though, of course. Yes, and the poll, I didn't vote on any of these two Muppets. RW, Mr. Greedy is back. Glad you're making profits, mate. Vaz, I will stop at $25. Annoy one. I remember you when you said about Martin's Peanut Gallery. RW, I'm waiting for plug to go up to $3 to sell 20%. Okay, good idea. All right, let's have a little look. Have we got any news coming through yet?
Odds, outcome,
Here we
and
go.
then if a certain part of the market kind of oversteps and goes wide, that market gets brought back. You saw that in Treasuries today. You saw it in DJT. Bigger picture, though, the market's been kind of consolidating and digesting, and it really close to all-time highs for a few weeks now. The median S&P stocks, 8 or so % off its high. Yet we've managed to keep in the uptrend. Economic numbers, ISM services come in solid. So everything else seems to be working fine, with the exception of those long-term Treasury
1 minute to go. We'll end the poll.
The range highs earlier,
We've got
and then
1
just
minute
came
to
off the
vote.
boil in the last hour or two.
How do you feel about Fed risk?
I don't see it as really that acute at the moment, mostly because the market's still saying 97% chance we know what's going to happen on Thursday in terms of a quarter-point cut. And then the path from there, I think we can live with a lot of those scenarios that are going to be laid out, probably some degree of data dependence for the next move or two. But that's probably coming from a position of strength, just because if there's any slowdown in that Fed easing process, it's probably going to be because the economy's hanging in there.
Gotcha. All right, back to you in a second. Seema, tell us about...
Oh, by the way, nobody made a comment. Can't believe it. Last night, I think this morning, it was 6 o'clock this morning, we hit 37,000 subscribers. Thanks for mentioning it, by the way. 37,000 subscribers this morning. Absolutely great. We just passed another milestone. Thanks for mentioning it. Don't mention it. Either way, I'll remember it. I'll tell you about it. But anyway, there you go. Been a very busy day today. We've had 15,000 views over the last 48 hours. And I was at 2,000 when I started going live again. So we've gone from 2,000 to 50. That's 13,000 in the last 24 hours since yesterday morning, really. 36 hours. That's great. Anyway, we're about to ring the bell. We're about to end this poll. And we're going to cover the closing bell as well. After hours will be volatile tonight. Get ready for that. Because we'll start getting the exit polls soon. Right, okay, I'm going to close the poll. I'm going to close the poll right now. It's the first time I've ever done this, so I'm not sure how it's going to work. But let me do it. So let's close the poll. How do I do it? Right, close poll. No idea what's going to happen. So on the screen poll, you are saying 25 votes, which is 60%, 15 votes saying Donald Trump is going to win. So I'm going to close the poll. I don't know what's going to happen. I've done this for the very first time. Let's close the poll. You can no longer vote on this poll. There you go. Let me see what happens if I click open the poll again. Open the poll. See my little Streamlabs. A poll has opened. There you go. It's opened again. That's interesting. Look. 26 votes. So that's 26 votes. It's interesting. It's not refreshed on the screen. Let me open and close it. Let me open and close it. That's because I opened and closed it. Let me do that. It's not refreshing. But there's 26 votes now. The last one's not coming up yet. It's probably because I opened and closed it. Anyway, let's close the poll. Poll closed. Oh, I see. It just stays there until I remove it. Okay. I'm going to complete it anyway, because Donald Trump won that poll. Let me complete that. There you go. Does it do anything on the screen? You can no longer vote in the poll. Trump was the most voted option of the poll with 61.58% of the vote. There you go. So that has now ended. Let me see if I take it off the screen and bring it back. There we go. The markets are rallying into the close. Let's see if my Coca-Cola is going up. That's what I need to go up. 4% on that. Let's go into the close, and then we'll open a new question.
Want to be protected against some kind of big volatile move, and yeah, that's starting to bleed away.
Good to see you, Martin. Thank you very much.
Again,
indeed.
you don't want to necessarily say that the market somehow knows what's going to happen. It's really
Here comes the volatility, the rally.
Many different minds depending on the day, and I think right now we can lean back on the idea that the economy's in decent shape. Earnings have been coming through well enough to justify where the market has gotten to. Market's no longer really overbought. If anything, Brett has been sort of poor in the last few weeks. That means most stocks have reset lower. They're ready
comes the volatility. We want 4% on Coca-Cola. That's all of my Roth.
Pivoting right to figuring out what the Fed has to say.
Well,
and
look at
whether
it go.
That's a friendly message.
Look at it go.
That's a more kind of familiar place to be in as we go into the rest of the week.
Well, we'll go out near the highs. Mike, thank you. That's Mike Santoli.
There we go, 124, 125,000.
We're going to go out near the highs here. S&P's up better than
Bell's gone.
2% with the bell ringing. Dow about 425, but we're green across the board.
Awesome stuff.
Election day. I'll see you in a few hours. In the meantime, let's go into overtime now with Morgan.
Excellent stuff. We will be getting some volatility after
That's
hours,
the
I'm sure.
regulation. Genco Shipping and Trading ring closing above the New York Stock Exchange. Oriental Rise Holding Limited doing the honors
Okay,
of the
we'll
NASDAQ.
come back to that in a minute. But that's looking very, very nice indeed. Right. So, let's see what happens now. Will the markets be red or green tomorrow? Here we go. Will the markets be red or green tomorrow? So I'm going to clear that, and we're going to go red, and you use R. I'm going to do green. With G is the command, or I'm going to do undecided as well, and that'll be a U. Add. Okay, here we go. Aha. Notify a viewer that their vote has been registered in chat. That's what I should have turned off before. Then you might have voted for Trump or Harris. Yeah, I could do that again in a minute. I'll try it again. But I wanted to just test this. Okay, so here we go. Confirm. Now then, let's see what happens if I bring this on the screen and I start the poll. Let's see what happens. I wonder if it will change it. Let's see what happens. I wonder if it's a different widget. Let me have a look. I think it's probably a different widget. So, that being said then, edit widget. Let me just do this and see if it works. Bum, 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 bum. Copy. Copy. Oh, I've got to launch it. Hang on. It might already be okay. Let me try it again. Never did this. This is all new today. I'm doing it for the first time. Okay. Launch. Oh, no, that was already that. No, it's not that. That's not it. Okay. Let me get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. So what it is, it's the widget. Copy. Let's replace the widget. Wonder if I can edit the widget. There we go. Let's see if that's different. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. All right. Now then. There is our new poll. Our question we're asking you is, will the markets be red or green tomorrow? If you want to vote, because I'm hoping now you're more likely to vote because you were worried before about, having everyone know who you vote for. So there you go. If you want to vote, red, green, or undecided, it's exclamation mark, vote, space, R for red, G for green, or U for undecided. Mike thinks it's going to be red. We've got 2 votes of red now. Mike thinks it's going to be red. And who else? Who else? DJ Hayes thinks it's going to be red as well. So interesting. All right. Very, very interesting. Let's see what you all vote to that. Okay. Let me drop it down a little bit. There you go. I'll stick it down there. Looks a little bit better, doesn't it? Okay, cool. Will the markets be red or green tomorrow? And what we'll do in a minute, we'll do Donald Trump again. But what I can do is I can make it so it doesn't tell people what your vote is. So it's anonymous. All right. So let me get rid of that poll. I can remove that now. There you go. All right. So we're into the after hours. We can see Coca-Cola is still going sideways. It's up today, but just going sideways. But the overall portfolio, I mean, it's great. It's up 2%, but it's only going back where we were. This isn't really doing anything unless you are in a volatile stock like DJT and you're really trading stuff like that. Otherwise, there's no real movement going on at the moment. So we shall see how this all pans out. Let's read the comments as we go and check the news. We'll go and check the news right now.
Data across the economy. That certainly seems very possible given the strength that we're seeing in the underlying economy.
Yeah, and Russell 2000 finishing today up 1.7%, third day in a row of gains, despite what we've seen in other averages. We have a news alert on Apple. Steve Kovac has these details for us. Steve.
Hey, Morgan, this is coming out of a Bloomberg report saying Apple is going to face a fine in Europe under the Digital Markets Act. We have not confirmed this report, but Apple is declining to comment. This is that big law that went into full effect in Europe earlier this year that regulates how Apple can run its app store, allowing other app stores onto the iPhone for the very first time. Earlier this year, back in June, under some preliminary findings, the EU said that Apple was in violation of
if you want to vote, you have to do exclamation mark vote space you. You've missed out the exclamation marks. If you want to vote again, I'll put it on the screen and it will change. You didn't do it correctly. You have to, as it is on the screen, can you see how it explains it on the screen? It's exclamation mark, vote, space, U, G, or R, which one you like, okay? 5 votes so far. What we'll do in a minute, we'll do the Trump one again, and we'll see how that's going, because I'll make it so you can vote anonymously. That's what happened last time. People didn't want to vote because they didn't want their name to be given out, all right? Vaz, I don't think that will work. You've put a space after I. It tells you on the screen, if you look closely, it's exclamation mark, vote, space, R, G, or U. You've put exclamation mark, space. It has to be correct. Exclamation mark, vote, space, U. Do you want to try again? And you'll see it move. All right. There you go. That's better. That'll work now. There you go. There you go. Fantastic. Woohoo. I love this. This is great. Vaz voted on you. That's where you get the confirmation, all right? But anyway, we'll do a poll for Trump in a minute. But what we'll do, we'll make it anonymous now, because I think most people didn't vote on it because of it being anonymous. I think that's what it was. Anyway, this is a unanimous... what's the word I'm looking for? Not unanimous. Anonymous. Anonymous voting, right? You can vote anonymously now. All right. Is it me or Diogo? I vote space X. There's no space X. What are you doing? Jojo S, lovely to see you. I vote space X. There's no space X. If fun explodes above my target dollars, I will consider calling in Friday to join the YMCA victory dance. I love it. I love it. Is it me or Diojo? Not sure what the question is. Yes, if fun explodes, that'll be interesting then. Anyway, let's have a look. Hi, are you going to cover Super Micro? I only cover earnings for members who do a $5 super chat. Like last night, we had what did we do last night? We did. Don't tell me. What did we do last night? My brain's gone. We did an earnings last night. Palantir, and that was requested by one of you. Zachze as requested tomorrow. Zachze as requested tomorrow. Virgin Galactic after the FOMC. Look at the market's rally. Oh, look at it. I'm up 2.37. But let's get real, folks. It's not really much of a rally. It's only going back where it was. That's all this is. It's going back where it was. So, which is great, of course. We like that. But it's only going back where it was. There's nothing really to shout about. If we go back over the week, you see we're down on the week by 1.5%. All it's doing is it dipped before the election. Now it's going back up. So it's nothing too exciting, really. I bought the dip, so it's going to go up fast. I bought another 10 shares of the S&P. But that's all it's doing. It's going back up, but it's still good. 125 grand. Don't get me wrong. It's great. Right, we have. Let's do SMCI earnings, please, Martin. Now, Bart is a member and he's done a super chat. Let's see when this is. SMCI. Let's go and have a look. When is this? SMCI. Let's have a look. SMCI. Let me search for you. SMCI. Super Micro Computer. SMCI Q4 24 was August the 6th. August, September, October, November. August, September, October, November. Oh, that could be tomorrow then. Hang on. November 5th. Oh, today? Oh, that's now. I can't. Oh, I wasn't going to do it now. I've not made a video for you. I've not made a video or anything. If you want me to do it, I mean, you've given me a super chat, but I haven't promoted it. I haven't named the video. We're doing an election. We're doing an election video, but it's today. It's actually now. No one's ever made a request for an earnings that starts now because I haven't made a video. I haven't titled it. No one's going to watch it. I mean, it's pretty pointless, really. Let me have a quick look. Is it happening now? Available today after hours. Yeah, it's happening now. What time does this start? I haven't made a video for it or anything. I don't normally do that. It's kind of pointless because nobody will watch it. Nobody other than you here right now. I get it, but okay, there it is. SMCI 4-3. It's November the 5th. Hang on, that's now at 3:05 Central. So it's now. They haven't given out the time yet. Hang on a minute. Let me come back over here while I set all this up a minute. Martin's a little rusty. Well, it's not really I'm rusty. It's the fact that people request me to do an earnings and it's at least tomorrow morning, whereas I haven't made a video, I haven't promoted it, I haven't titled the video. I mean, it's it's a completely different thing. What time is it giving? I'm sending it to my calendar. Yes, it's 4 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock. I've got the time for it now. Right. Okay. Let me have a look. I always try to provide a service to my members, but I didn't think you meant now because we're doing another video completely. We're doing the election, but anyway, let's have a look. Yeah, what are they? What company does an earnings on the election day? Yeah, I mean, that's why I said yeah, because I didn't think it would be like now. Yeah, sorry for the gate crash on a second thought, folks. But doesn't matter. You are a member of the family, and everyone's a member. Everyone's part of it. We have some crazy family members like you, but that's fine. We're all part of the family. I'm loving it. We got a poll on the screen. Will the markets be green, red, green tomorrow? Right, to vote, it is !vote, !VOTE, space either R, G, or U. If you want to vote, on the screen, will the markets be red or green tomorrow? It is !vote, space, R, G, or U. Red, green, or undecided. Plenty of time for the election. That is true. Plenty of time for the election. You're probably right. Yeah, I'll give you that. So... I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I've done SMCI before. Right. See what numbers I had. SMCI. Have I ever done... SMCI. Super micro computers. Let's have a look. I've done 5 videos on it, so I don't rank for it. I doubt it. Let's have a look. SMCI. I had 2,000 views for that one. Okay. I'll always do the best for you if it's possible for me to do the best. Super microcomputers. Analytics. 2,700 views. I'd have to switch to it now. Let me duplicate. Can I come back to this? Go live. Go live. Schedule a stream. Let's have a look. We haven't done, I'm sure we haven't done an SMCI before. SMCI. Oh, I'll tell you where I might have done it. Let me see if I did it over there. Right, I'm just going to have a look, see if I can set up an event for you, because it means ending this stream, creating a new one, going over, coming back. Anyway, let me just have a quick look. I do want to provide the best service. You are a member. You did give me a super chat. So I just didn't expect it to be in the middle of this show. Okay, but let me see what I can do. Let me go to the extra channel because I've got a funny feeling I may have reported on it. No, I haven't. Okay. content. Live. SMCI. No, I haven't. Okay, now we know what we've done. So let me come back to the main show. Okay. Super microcomputer. Schedule a stream. Let's have a look at my Coca-Cola. Oh, Coca-Cola's moving. Right, down to 1.97. See that, look? 1.97. I need it to go up. I need a 4% swing. It's completely possible. We lost 12% on the earnings from top to bottom. So it can happen. If I can get 4% swing on this, I'm out. I'll buy back the S&P. Okay? But we'll see what happens. I don't think it's going to happen tonight, but we shall see. It might do. With everything that's going on, you never know. Right. Okay. I believe it starts at 4, so it's basically starting it now. So we'll take a break from the earnings. We could do that. Shall we do that for a member? I think we should. SMCI. Let's have a quick look. SMCI. Donald Trump's stock is crashing now, so it may be a good idea to take a break anyway. SMCI. So here we go. SMCI stock. Super micro. I'm creating this completely from scratch. I've never done it before. SMCI stock, super micro computer earnings. Earnings call. Okay. I'm creating the event completely from scratch. We're going to switch from one to another for you, okay? This is what we do for members. Okay. There we go. There is that information. Let me see now if I've got... if you want to vote on the poll, we're running a poll right now. Will the markets be red or green tomorrow? It's exclamation mark vote space R or exclamation mark, that's R for red, exclamation mark vote space G for green, or exclamation mark vote space U for undecided. If you want to vote on that now, that's on the screen. You'll see it change as you do it. Okay, let me see if I have an SMCI. Okay, SMCI. What? I don't have a picture or anything? That can't be right, surely. SMCI. You are kidding me. I've not even got that. Super micro. I've not even created a thumbnail for it. That's weird. I didn't expect to find that. Because I save everything. That's bloody weird. Okay. I really am doing everything from scratch. I've got to be quick because it starts in a minute. Why the hell do I not have that? Okay. Let me just keep an eye on you guys for a minute. No, Bart, it's absolutely fine. You are a member of the family. You haven't yes, you have hijacked it, but that's fine. I didn't realize it would be straight away. I didn't realize I didn't have anything prepared. I've got nothing. I'm building the entire thing. I really thought I would have had the thumbnail saved, but I don't have that. We've got a long night anyway, so don't worry about it with the election, so it's not a problem. Thank you, Leah. Everything all right? Okay. Right. Just bear with me. Right, that's what I need. Super micro computer, so I'll use that. Right. I need to bring you so I can see what's going on. Right, I can see you all there down there. Let me change that. If you've just tuned in, we've got a member that's requested a special event. So we're going to do it. It's a bit of a challenge, but we're going to do it. I would do it for any of my members. And that's what we're doing right now. He requested an earnings, and I went, yeah, sure. If you're a member and you do a $5 super chat, the earnings was like in 3 minutes. Straight away. But because the election results aren't going to come through for a while, obviously, we don't have to be here for the minute. There's nothing imminent going on at the moment, so we can afford to take a break from our show. It won't hurt, it won't do any harm. We can come back, so it's not the end of the world. I've just got to create. What I'm doing now is I'm creating the thumbnail, because we don't have anything. This doesn't even exist. I find it really hard to believe that I don't have the thumbnail, but I don't. Now I see why I don't, because the thumbnail doesn't exist. See, bloody hell, I've done this before. That rings a bell as well. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Download that. You can still see me, can't you? Let me make sure I'm back over here. Yeah, you're all still with me. Okay. Don't you worry, I'll get it done on time. I wouldn't say I can do it if I can't. I can do it. I want to be out quicker than that as well, because I want to make sure that the video, we go live before the event starts. Oh, it's kind of pointless. Right. I'm just building the thumbnail. Thumbnail is nearly done. So I've designed it. I just got to, if I'm going to do it, I've got to do it right. Let me erase that. So what I'm doing is I'm creating the event. Okay, there you go. There's the thumbnail. Super micro computers earnings. So I normally do when someone tips me for this, and remember I do a promotion video and everything, but we haven't got time to do all that, obviously. Thank you, Leah. Right. Save as. SMCI earnings. Now we have it in the pad. Documents. JPEG. Okay, we have that now. Shut that down. I should be able to see you again. Yeah, there you are. Okay, let me check my Coca-Cola. Still going up, but not there yet. Okay, we have a logo. I can close that down. Right. There is the title, the title. Thumbnail, SMCI earnings. It'll go live straight away. So playlist, earnings reports. These are all the things that I do every time I do a video, but you just don't normally see me do it. Supermicro computers. Right. Show more. No. So SMCI, these are the tags. SMCI stock. So if I don't do this, nobody will watch at all. SMCI. If I just go live now, nobody will see it at all. It'll be pointless. Super micro computers. Super micro computers earnings. Okay. Next. Live chat replay, subscribers. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, right, go live. November the 5th. Yeah, and we'll do it at 3:45. We'll be before then, otherwise we'll miss the beginning, but 3:45. Okay, we've created the event. The event should be up in a second. Stay with me. Okay, now then, let me go back to the homepage of the channel. Make sure the event is registered. Yes, it is. There it is. The event is registered. It's about to go live. I have SMCI on the screen. I have the stock. So let me clear away the poll. There we go. Let me go into analysis. It's all part of the service. SMCI super microcomputer. We've got the analysis up. We've got that up. We've got the earnings call, which hasn't yet started. It won't start yet. It'll go live in 10 minutes. So I'm going to be ahead of schedule. I've got the chart I need. We can come back to the chart because this is not going to boom just yet. The Trump trade and all the rest of it. We can come back to all of that. SMCI super microcomputer. There we go. There's that. This event now is going to take a break and we'll come back to election afterwards. But we will go customization to super microcomputer. There it is. Okay. This is the event where we're going now. Live now. Please join me. There you go. That's where we're going now. Hopefully you'll join me. If no one comes, there's going to be hell up. There's going to be hell up, I'm telling you. Right? There'll be no election special. Right? So make sure you come back. Make sure you come and join me for that. Right, super microcomputer. Okay. Right, I think we're set. If I end the stream now, so let me just change this over to not Sky News. We don't need that yet. We've got all the news waiting for later. But let me scroll that down. There should be an SMCI. There it is. There's the event. That will come on the big screen. Should be on the big screen now. Yes, it is. You can see it behind me, just below me. It's on the big screen. Just created that thumbnail. So that's ready to rock and roll. Bring back the stock again. That's it. The extra channel is good to go. Right. Thank you very much. It's an SMCI special. Super microcomputers. Hopefully somebody will join me. I hope someone does. We're going to end this stream right now. I've already got 2 waiting. That looks good news. But at least I am here. Thank you again. My absolute pleasure. You are a member of the family, and this is what we do. Where is the link? The link is on the homepage of the channel. It's also there in the chat. You can't miss it. It'll automatically take you there as well. So without further ado, folks, here we go over to Super Microcomputer. Then we'll be back for the for the special. Thank you, Stacey Bailey. Where is the link? Thank you for your super chat. Very, very kind of you. There you go, Bart. We've already got a member here who wants to check it out. There it is. There is the Super Microcomputer. Right. See you there right now, and then back for the election. You won't miss it. The election's going to go on for days. Right? Yeah. I'm in for the long. I'm in for the whole thing. Right. See you in a minute. Bye bye for now.